Alrighty. What a disaster. Oh my goodness. My life. Goobledy glove. Gloveldy glue. Okey-dokey. Beautiful Monday here. We have Eka finally stream, can watch while I'm procrastinating. Woo! I love that. Alright. Boom, boom. Alright. Hello! Woohoo! Oops, let's see where this is at. I think I hit my mic. Hello! Hi! How are you? How goes it? Today's a beautiful, beautiful Monday. Happy Monday. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I think my camera's a bit crooked, but it bugs me, and then I'm gonna mess it up completely, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, hi! How goes everything? My goodness, my Sunday, we've been catching up on a whole bunch of little small things we had to do. I started working on my car. I have the turbo off. It's a lot worse than I thought. My turbo kind of exploded. So I have to do a lot. So I contacted our shop in California. Shout out to Drift Motion. The sad part is I gotta ship my turbo out there, and they're gonna, one of two things is gonna happen. So they're gonna get all the measurements, and we're gonna build a new turbo, either with what I have or a complete fresh platform. I'm hoping a fresh platform, to be honest, because it's about the same to rebuild it. So why wouldn't we just redo the whole thing? But I mean, I don't see why not. If they can save it, then they can save it. But like the turbine wheels like exploded. I should have brought it up here to show. It's not like it's in a box or anything. But yeah, the turbo like almost grenaded. So I'm kind of glad we stopped driving that. Hopefully other than that, there's not too much damage. Yeah, also my radiator's leaking. And there's a few other issues we have to deal with. So as far as today, we got the turbo off, we got measuring. Hopefully, see, this is the problem, since that's my only car now. Hopefully tomorrow I can get a ride UPS, then we can ship the turbo off tomorrow, and then try to get that here as soon as possible. As far as for the radiator, I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Probably get one coming in. I should really figure out how to get my phone to do a stream thing, right? To become a stream for my phone. Because I could do like a little work on your car stream. And we could all work on the car together. Yeah, you guys can learn a few things, you know. That'd be cool. Also, watch me mess up a whole bunch of times, as I usually do. But yeah, I think I would want to figure that out. Maybe get a little tripod for the phone or something. Yeah, I don't know how that'll work. Maybe we'll do a test stream or something. I have a lot to work. Tomorrow, we're slowly figuring things out. I'm so late. I haven't even gotten a chance to eat lunch. It's 7 p.m. at night, and we're about to get to lunch right now. I never even got a chance for breakfast today. I had like just a quick drink, and that was about it. So yeah, it's kind of a spicy Monday. Oh, Wow, that was that was really spicy. Holy hell! Hope everyone's having a great Monday. But that was us. So far in a nutshell, we had to spend a lot of today doing that because it was just crazy. So we'll see where we end up. Um, yeah, the shop's in California, so it's like 5 hours away. I'm not gonna drive there; that would be too expensive. But I wonder how much shipping's gonna be. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. I hope I kept enough like styrofoam peanuts or whatever to pack this turbo with, because it's my job, right? Fuck. So yeah, we gotta figure that shit out. It shouldn't be too much. I think shipping's gotten cheaper in this day and age. I feel like it should have. Airplanes and everything kind of leaving all the time. But oh fuck, what do I know, right? Other than that, and that's the main thing. After we get the turbo going, we need to do the suspension. I don't know. I don't know what to do after that. I don't know what to do at the moment with that. But yeah, so suspensione. I'm really not sure. Yeah, it depends how much the turbo is gonna cost. Because it's gonna be it's gonna be a little spicy donut. I think it's gonna be at least a few $100 to rebuild and uh about four figures for a new one. So it's close to four figures for a rebuild. But we'll see. We'll see how it comes back. Um, I have no idea what's gonna happen. But if they ship me back my turbo, you know, then it'll fit precisely. But I do have a T4 flange, so the problem is I'm gonna have to write out all this stupid shit because, of course, they don't remember. Because they get so many calls, I'm sure, and many orders have gone out this Cyber Monday because they had a sale for all the car parts. Mm, Other than that, I mean, that's pretty much it. I really want to get this car fixed. Um, I had other goals. I wanted to get a mic, but we'll see what happens. Doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Maybe not until the end of next month. But yeah. So I mean, but the funny part is we would just get the mic. We still need to buy the whole half of the other setup. Because I'd like to go to an XLR mic instead of a USB mic eventually. Those are the goals. There's no rush though. I'm not in a hurry. This is great. I think it could be even better if I tuned it and probably did some stuff to the walls, to make them sound less echoey and whatnot. Oh, we could probably do that. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a good option. But, I mean, that was so far. That's our main goal, but we got to get working on this car. So I would like to maybe see how we can do that with the phone. Maybe do a phone stream. Because we're going to swap out this radiator at least. And then, I don't know. I don't know if you guys want to see a broken turbo. But yeah, our turbo's completely destroyed. Well, not completely, but it's bad. Not catastrophic. Blades on the turbine. So, like imagine your plane's wing, the engine, like a couple of blades just broke off of that. Yeah, it's really bad because basically it's not working. It doesn't spin. It started scratching the walls. It was just disaster. But we took it apart. We're no longer driving it for now, which is kind of shit because we can't go anywhere. So just work. But it is what it is. We got to get that fixed eventually. So I would like to get this phone. Maybe tomorrow when you have some free time, get this phone set up, do a quick test stream. See if we can get some streaming in our garage. Our garage is pretty well lit, I would say. But I don't know, maybe take another light if I need it. But yeah, I'll show everybody how to do a radiator. And we also got to pull our front bumper, pull our intercooler, and drain a hole. We got to do a few things to the car. So that would be cool. So we can all tag along and watch me take this car apart effortlessly. No mistakes whatsoever. I will most assuredly not break anything. Because that's how it goes every time, right? Nothing ever goes wrong. And nothing can go wrong. Other than that, I mean, we're chilling. We're chilling. I'm just glad I finally contacted them. We got it taken care of. Well, sort of. I got to ship that fucking turbo out. But we at least started the process, right? So that's at least getting going. Um, so yeah, we'll figure things out. It's just a lot. It's a lot of shit right now, and it's always at the end of the year. I don't know why, but like November, like really hits like hard every time every year. It's so crazy. Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't car issues last year. It's just regular things that stack up during the end of the year for some reason. I don't know. I wish I could like shift my like my car could break down in summer. That'd be much better. You know, but either way, I it was good because instead of taking it to a shop, I took it apart and it was very easy to figure out at least what happened. Why I'm not getting any boost, why it's not going and why it was grinding in the first place. As soon as I heard that winding, I should have stopped, send it in for a rebuild. That would have been perfect, but we pushed it too hard, broke those blades, and I don't know what's gonna happen. But yeah, we also gotta find where the blades went. That's part of the other thing. So we gotta take the front bumper off, take the intercooler off, which cools the air coming into the engine. See if the blades are hopefully in there, and hopefully they're not in my engine. So yeah, hopefully they're not in there rattling and yeah, yeah. So let's just yeah, I hope they're so small they landed in the intercooler. We'll clean out the intercooler this week. But lots of plans this week for the car, which it's needed. It's been a little ignored. You know, once I blew the turbo, I was like RIP and kind of started ignoring it a little bit. But now that we started, all right, we got to get back to washing. We got to fix the body. Now we're not gonna do this ASAP, but those things are we're getting things lined up. So I'm kind of scared pulling off the front bumper because there's a chance it might not go back on as easy. So they make these rubber bands that hold your front bumper on. Let's see if we can find some right now. But it are let's see front because that'd be front bumper ties. Is that what they call it? Front bumper ties? Or like no, those are tie rods. Those are what you steer with. Um, it's like front bumper to fender. This thing, fender latch thing. See, because ours is kind of like this. It's kind of broken. Multiple reasons. I kind of bought the car. It's a bit old, but the front bumper was a little torn, and then I kind of did stuff. So, Diana, I know you just started stream. Want to learn a very interesting fact? Sure, sure. We always welcome very interesting facts. How are you doing, Pierre? Hope everything is good. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're feeling better. I know you were sick. Yeah, I know you were sick. So that was a big bummer. I lost my job. No. No way. I hope that's a meme. And if you did, that's a bummer. What? Oh, what? Last Wednesday I crashed a drone? Was off until today, and then guess what happened? Double whammy. Wait, another drone? No. 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 First was the drone, second was poor planning. Oh no. Damn, Fear, that sucks, bro. Damn, in shock. Panic comes in waves. No, I understand, man. I understand. I've done a lot of dumb things. I was literally explaining why my bumper was like this. So, somewhere in Mexico, you know, not of course not in Las Vegas, not anywhere where it's illegal. I was going like 90, 100 miles an hour around this corner. Let's say hypothetically racing a Corvette. So the problem with my car is my suspension's a bit loose. It's kind of, I blew out all the shocks racing around doing dumb things. So while we're turning in this corner around like 95-ish, my car starts buckling a bit. I feel it. I steer into like the center lane and I start swerving and spin out and get thrown into traffic. So I'm here going against cars coming in this way. And then so I ended up catching it a bit and I had to just dump it into a lot. And I ended up steering into a dirt parking lot. My rims were crashed. I bent them. I still have pictures. I can pull them up. My rims were destroyed. But my engine was good, so I still drove it home. But and I had to get that fixed, so my bumper's kind of a disaster. So we were looking at these bumper ties. I'm moving from Texas to New York. Oh, what town I'm going to? Ooh, that's pretty cool. Right on. I hope everything goes great. Dude, I wish you the best, man. Nothing but the best. That's such a huge bummer, but I love that you're exploring. I hope, you have some plans. If you don't, if you ever need any, tips and tricks, I have also up and then moved a few times. So just, I wish you the best, man. If you ever need anything, we're here for you. Always here. That'll be great. That's still shit ton a lot comparing the rent rate to here in Thailand. Really, I wonder how expensive. How expensive is rent in Thailand? I need new scenery. Yeah, that's okay though. Sometimes you do. So I drill these things into my bumper. Hi, Boogie. What are you doing? So I drill these things into my bumper. What? I have to drill this into my... Hold on. Yeah. Oh, nice. Bro, Oh. That didn't show me shit. Bro, I am not gonna drill anything into my car. I will. I'll drill into my car. I don't mind. But like this is like I don't know if I trust this. This is $10. This might just make my problem worse. This might just make it worse. So who knows? I'm already fuckered up enough with my Asian driving skill. Oh, we're good. Oh my god. So I mean, yeah, this is the goal here. But I don't know if I'm looking like it. I thought there'd be like a race shop. But why? There's a couple of reasons, to be honest. It's falling apart that badly. On the side it is. I don't know if I have any pictures of it on the side. I don't think I do. I would have to go downstairs and take a picture. Because I don't think I have a picture of the bumper part that's falling apart. Plus, this looks cool. It's like a race car, right? Does it not look cool? Do you not think it looks cool? I thought it looks cool. Does it not look cool? Does it look dumb? So I got something. Well, you can kind of see it like right here, I guess. No, you can't really. Kind of. If I don't, you see how there's a crack right there? You know. From my point of view, it looks just like a cheap fix and broke man who can't go fix their car normally. Um, okay. Yeah, but that's the bumper. And okay, didn't you just hear my story about how I ended up in a dirt lot and I just destroyed my how I just destroyed my wheels? Like this picture, the reason this picture is taken is because I had to get an alignment because I broke both of my rims, bent them over, bent two arms on my steering control, and I had to fix that. Let's see, I think here's the broken rims. Oh yeah, here's when I crashed. I think you can kind of see it. That's the broken rim. That was around like 95 miles an hour when I hit the curb. And let's see, I think I don't have pictures of the broken arms. Totally first world problem in your case? What do you mean for these? This is my one and only mode of transportation. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, there's a picture of the turbo that I blew up. Oh, bro. This thing is a disaster. I blew that shit up into pieces. So basically, like, if you had a plane, it's like one of the engines on the plane just failed. How the fuck did you blow it up? Because race car. So basically if your car makes a noise, don't ignore it. So basically there's a bearing inside the turbo that was probably going out. It was a cheaper turbo, you know. You don't get balled to DP race car to DP race car. DP race car? Ooh, I don't know about DPing a race car. I don't know about DPing a race car, but driving a race car, yeah, that's all I did. That's how I destroyed my last car. I've only had two cars. And then I had a whole bunch of motorcycles. I had like 4 motorcycles. Yeah, because I actually did not own a car for the last 10 years. Well, it's been a couple of years since I had this car. But before that, I didn't have any cars. I only had a motorcycle. And here in America, that's kind of weird. But yeah, I lived that bike life for 10 years and then finally bought another car and started racing again. But yeah, the last car was kind of fucked. I wish I had more pictures. I wish cell phones were popular back in the day because I did so much hood rat shit. It was so great. Oh my god, just oh man. Oh, I almost man, when I was driving down Mount Charleston, I literally fell off the mountain. Like literally like on the ledge of the mountain when I was racing. It got so bad that a cop car and the tow truck had to pull me up out of that fucking ditch. And it was just like a shit show. I forgot I didn't have my debit card or nothing because I was still like a kid. So the tow truck driver's like, oh, it's gonna be like $300. I was like, no problem. Just take me to town and I can pay you, whatever. He's like, no, you have to pay me right now or I can't drop the car. So the dude ended up taking my car. And the fucking cop was like, well, I would give you a ticket, but since let this be a lesson. And the cop left me there on the side of the mountain in the snow. It wasn't like snowing heavy, but it was crazy. Random dude picks me up and drops me off on the side of the highway. He's like, bro, I saw what happened. That's fucked up. They just left you here. And he's like, I can take you all the way to the highway. I can't take you all the way to town, but I can take you to the highway. I was like, oh man, thanks. I appreciate it. Bro, though they were trolling you hard, really hard. They fucked me. And then I was young, underage, I may have had to commit some forgeries or whatnot, because the car was under my mom's name and they wouldn't release it to me. And she couldn't know I was out racing and shit. So I had to, find somebody that could make some paperwork happen. But yeah, lots of things, That's why I was like, man, if cell phones were popular back in the day, man, fuck that kid in the middle of the road. In particular, that day. Well, no, the cop. It's a longer story. The cop was like, "I knew you were bad. You were bad news when I saw you coming up the mountain." I was like, "Oh fucker," because nobody I drove up this mountain a lot, and I was like, nobody comes up there unless it's either tourists or people who live there. So it's not very busy, especially during that time. So it was just a lot of shit. So I raced there, then I moved to Arizona. We raced Mount Lemon, we raced Tortilla Flats. Man, that was a good old time. Then I blew up my engine. Then I had to get towed home by Volkswagen. Oh, I also raced in Texas too. I moved to Texas. Oh, bro, it was quite an adventure. And then I got into motorcycles. After I blew up my first car, after I blew up the first car, I got straight into bikes. And then for 10 years I got lost on motorcycles. Just fucking just trying to go as fast as I can. Trying to kill myself basically. just basically doing everything to what do they call this? Release? Bump fastener? I don't know. Well, yeah. It was about that bike life, baby. Hmm. But yeah, I literally bought this car with the purpose to destroy it. I still want to do racing events, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it in this car. I might just keep this. I don't know. I am so undecisive. I don't know. Whatever happens, happens. But I still want to do events. I'm bored of my CX-30 Mazda. I want a new car already. I fuck around with old cars. That's the thing. My car is like a 2004. It's a fucking OG. It's got a different engine in it. It's got turbo. Everything else is kind of clapped out though. I need to buy suspension and shit. All right, so I guess Amazon is the only one selling this shit, bro. What the? Or Temu? Ah, bro, I don't trust Temu for nothing. But I ain't never order anything off of Temu. Maybe that's just me though. How do I unlock this? Is this the same one? No, this is IJDM Joy. Oh, brother. These all kind of just look terrible, to be honest. I guess we go with IJDM Joy. And either in a red or a black. Silver kind of looks cool. Rainbow's kind of they're almost out of the rainbow ones too. Ain't no way. Only 4 left. That's crazy. Gold ones are not bad. Maybe we do gold. Gold's not bad. Probably gold. Between gold and black. Let's say maybe red, but maybe just gold and black. Probably gold. This will match my shift up. I got a top secret shift up. We should watch some top secret videos, bro. I haven't seen top secret in fucking a decade. Still buy parts from there. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the only place I'll copy this link. Fuck me, man. I'm not gonna buy this right now, but maybe in a month or two. Yeah, bro, I gotta recover from the bullshit, whatever my turbo is gonna fucking end up being. That's gonna fucking fuck me in the butt. But it is what it is. All right. What else we got? Man, we got a lot of random things today. All right. Ooh. Let's see. Hmm. We can get rid of these. Oh, that's insane. All right, let's see what's going on here. They haven't really explored here. Tank busters. Ew, spoilers. The final shape has been. Oh, brother. Oh, no. Joe Blackburn has a sit down. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Is the avatar of Zero yet? Or are people just, whatchamacallit? Oh. No, Joe.
Questions on, hey, what's the team working on? What's the content that's coming out before June? So I wanted to step by down here.
Oh no, Lance Blackpants. Dude, Joe, no. Not like this. Damn. R.I.P., man. That's insanage. Well, after my night shift, I go to the beach alone. Oh. Oh yeah, the Diablo, the Blizzard leak forum thing. Yes. Yeah, there was whatchamacallit. There was a survey sent out by Blizzard to particular sources that were, it was under NDA, of course, very hush hush. But whatchamacallit. But they were able to get their hands on it. Let's see. Um it was Balor Mage who found it, right? No, it wasn't Balor Mage. Oh, I forget what his name is now. Why am I forgetting? I am forgetting. Oh goodness. Kinda hoping he pops up here. It's a lot of WoW news. Why am I blanking his name right now? No. Why? Uh, mm, 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 uh, mm, forget. Ah, here we go. It's Bellular. Why did I get Bellular confused with Balor Mage? Yeah, where's the video that you made? Oh, here we go. That was 4 days ago. Eee.
Let me just say, it is official.
Yo, what's happening? It's official, guys. It's official. Path of Exile 2 November live stream teaser. That's in 3 days. Also, they're gonna be giving out all. Well, we got things to cover as well. We also have a new couple other things to check out. Oh, FNAF for Game Boy Color. Would that even be scary? I don't know. Hi, Booger. What you want? What you doing? Hmm? You me. Whoa. Let's see. All right. Let's see what else. We got a few things queued up. Let's see what we got over here. Dancing on the beat. Oh, we already had Bellyler's link here. Man, I'm so slow. I already set up for this, and I'm not even listening to myself here. Yep. That's how these things be. All right. So, the affliction. What do they call it? Not season, I would guess. The expansion, I guess. Well, the affliction, the season of affliction, or the Oh, why is this bugging me? Leagues. Ah, yes. Here we go. And the Afflicted League. There is a brand new teaser coming out the 30th. But if you join in and watch, you will be rewarded with the free new drop. Also on the 30th, they will be doing a sneak preview of Path of Exile 2. Now, am I a huge fan of the bug ones? No, but it's free loot. So let's go, baby. That's great. Now, what do we got here? Oh, yep. They want you to link your Path of Exile. You have to watch the stream for 45 minutes on the 30th. And the drops will be enabled from 12:30 PST until 9:30 PST. That is quite a generous time. Very nice. That's also a very long stream. Is it going to repeat or is it going to be a 9-hour stream? Oh, brother. Sweet. Oh, we can enable our Twitch drops. Oh, we'll be able to enable it? Oh, very pog. Thank you, Grinding Gear Games. Very good. Love it. Very good. So, that's the freebie coming in. I'm excited. I wonder what POE 2 is going to be like. I mean, I live out here in America, so they haven't had an Exile Con anywhere close to me. But they might have had some testing. I think they did Europe though first. I think they did a tour of Europe. I don't know if they're going to be doing any conventions here. They might do the gamer one. What is the Game of the Year one coming up December 4th? Yeah, I don't know, but I hope I get a chance to check it out either this year or next year. I'm excited. Very stoked. Who's this ugly guy? Jeez Louise. Can't even get away for a second. All right. Oh, brother. So, Here we are again. Here we are again. There has been an update in the Destiny 2 community. Let's see what Lance Blackpants, as I lovingly call him, or Joe Blackburn, as they call him, has to say. I hope there's no bad news. I mean, they did just have that whole drama with the layoffs. But let's hope that doesn't affect them too bad.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
I'm Joe Blackburn, the game director for Destiny 2.
Hey.
I'm sure with the announcement today that the final shape is coming out on June 4th, there are a lot of questions on, hey, what's the team working on? What's the content that's coming out before June? So I wanted to step by down here in the stream room today and drop by with some classic Joe handwritten notes.
He's got
and
notes.
talk about what we're doing between now and June. I think this is going to be a pretty short video, so I want to get right into it.
Let's go.
Let's start with the obvious stuff. Tomorrow, Season of the Wish launches. We're super excited, not only about the story and the content of this season, but how it's going to roll into the final shape. So I hope the small army of you out there with your Last Wish raid jackets are wearing them with pride. I know I will be. Then, on Friday, we've got Warlord's Ruin. It's a new dungeon coming to Destiny 2 that I would love to talk to you all about, but because I'm at the studio, I'm like a little worried that someone from the Raid and Dungeon team is going to hear me and like come barreling through the door. So we'll let you all see that for yourselves.
Okay.
Speaking of group content, let's talk Fireteam Finder real quick. Recently, we put out some messaging on how Fireteam Finder is going to roll out. I just wanted to give a little more context here. I don't think this is hyperbole when I say I think Fireteam Finder is going to change the way so many of you interact with Destiny 2 on a day-to-day basis.
Ooh. So is that probably like Group Finder? Oh shit, we have lunch here. Oh my god, I forgot about my lunch. Has been, bro. My lunch has been here for like an hour. So what are they talking about? I forgot. I smelled my lunch and I forgot. Yo, give me a...
So many of you interact with Destiny 2 on a day-to-day basis.
Right. So is this going to be basically like a party finder, raid finder, group finder?
That being said, it's a pretty big technical change to the game. So we want to be really careful with how we roll this out. We're going to be doing limited windows with limited activities to start. This is going to allow us to collect the data we need, take it on, see how server stability is affected, take it off, make changes, and then roll it out better and better each time. Ultimately, what we're going to be working towards is a version of Fireteam Finder that you can use for raids, dungeons, strikes, PvP, whatever you want that needs a group in the new year and right before the final shape.
Very pog.
PvP. So last time we talked a bunch about PvP. I just wanted to give an update on where we are. We've got a Crucible Labs mode that we've been experimenting a lot with called Checkmate. We're going to do two things with Checkmate this year.
Okay.
We're going to take Checkmate and put it onto the core Crucible playlists. It's going to be like 6v6 control unranked. We want to see how the Checkmate rules that we've been experimenting with interact with a larger Crucible ecosystem. But ultimately, what we're trying to do with Checkmate is not create a third or a fourth way to play the game. Checkmate is all about a more deliberate Crucible. So we want to take the rule changes for Checkmate, be this slower ability recharge rate, or different rules around special ammo. We want to find.
Yeah, we'll just watch the Aztec video and eat lunch super fast. Or we could watch this one too.
We're gonna take a look at this. We're gonna watch it, then we're gonna break everything down from there. Okay. All right. An update from game director Joe Blackburn. Let's watch this. This just dropped, by the way, like 6 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Blackburn, the game director for Destiny 2. I'm sure with the announcement today that the final shape is coming out on June 4th, there are a lot of questions on, hey, what's the team?
An even bigger and bolder vision, one that we hope will be remembered and treasured for years to come. Naturally, this change brings up questions about our upcoming release calendar. Season of the Wish begins tomorrow and will extend into the launch of the final shape in June. While the majority of content and narrative for Season of the Wish will run from late November to February as originally planned, the team is adding new content available for all players, again, all players, to jump into the launch of the final shape. In February, this will include new weekly progression-based quests called Wishes, and the launch of Moments of Triumph with unique rewards. Next, we're moving Guardian games up to March with a refreshed focus on class versus class competition. Then, beginning in...
Okay. They did delay it by a couple of months, I see, from March till June. All right.
Today's episode with a very simple question. Do you, dear viewer, believe that Bobby Kotick, if he could, would try to sell you some more stash space in his number one action RPG, Diablo 4?
1000%.
If so, then I have a fairly interesting thing that's been leaked to me you may be kind of interested in finding out about. Now, in addition to that, we're also seeing a few trends going on in the industry. Funny enough, some of them do have to do with Activision Blizzard as well. But I think in a world of live service games, get ready for companies to do everything they can do to make new types of bundles. We'll be living in a world where, yes, you do find the premium
turkey and mashed
currency
potatoes
store that is sitting there, but the truth of it is indeed that the premium currency store exists not to sell you currency. No, it exists to sell whales currency. It exists to make you think that the bundles are a good deal. And I'll tell you what's also a good deal. Today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Their founders are avid role-playing game players. They're viewers of the channel, and code Bellular News gets you 25% off. Now, what Boot.dev is, right, is a programming RPG that makes learning back-end development fun. They've got quests, levels, achievements, a global leaderboard. They're continually adding features. And being a back-end dev is awesome because those are really cool skills. But also, let's talk about the beans. Yeah, median salary of $100 grand in 2022. In the US, of course, you can often get remote or hybrid if that suits you. So Boot is specializing in teaching you back-end dev. It is by back-end devs. They're using Python and Go. The point is to do it at your own pace and to avoid tutorial hell and actually just have a focus on coding. That's exactly
cool.
what their platform is geared towards. And going through their topics, I mean, they have absolutely everything covered. It's fantastic. A boatload of content, starting off super approachable, going properly in depth, adding new lessons all the time. And of course, this is by experienced backend devs to teach new backend devs. It is a proper learning path that will actually give you industry relevant, experience and knowledge. A one-stop shop that means you're not bouncing around tutorial hell, doing it self-taught where it's just hard to know, like, where are you starting? How are you properly making progress? Instead, you can follow a focused end-to-end path that will have you shipping projects and actually feeling confident in your skills. I wish they were there in 2012 when I was starting out with a lot of these concepts. These are obviously skills that can lead to significant earning potential, and also code is awesome, so I'd kind of recommend it anyway. Now, you can learn to code with 25% off an annual plan using code Bellular News. So, big thank you to Lane and Alan for supporting our shows. With that said, check out boot.dev in the link down below, and let's go. Wow, wasn't that a slick sponsor segue? Okay, let's talk about Diablo 4. Earlier on this month at BlizzCon, they, of course, talked about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. And when we look at things, overall, we are seeing an 18-month expansion cycle, which, is a fair amount of time. It is fairly brisk, though, as compared to, say,
musical
some stuff with Diablo 3. So, yeah, pretty good overall. And hey, unlike D3, they're probably not going to abandon this one after the first expansion. And real talk for a second.
No, they want a couple of yearly
Diablo 4
expansions.
Season 2 from
they already
all
said
the people
that.
that I've talked to, and when I was at BlizzCon in the press room, I was spending time with some D4
So
people,
next year, the year after next, and maybe
Season 1 especially fairly critical of the game.
Like 5, maybe?
I was talking to them, and they were saying from their perspective, running their communities, their channels, their websites, that they genuinely are saying, "Oh my god." Basically, the thing the D4 creators and publishers say to each other is, "Oh my god, why did it not launch like Season 2? So I think that does say everything, and even now we're seeing Blizzard rolling out XP weekends and stuff like that are throwing in more generosity into a season that itself is fairly generously paced. It is actually brisk. But to go to this then, right, surveys. Surveys are a vital part of when you're doing games at this scale, because you got to make big decisions and you got to make those decisions fairly accurately. And in a way, these surveys are a double-edged thing. Recently, I was in Universal Studios, and that led to us now getting some surveys. But the kind of neat thing is we do get a little bit of a glimpse into what Universal are doing in the future, even though it all does say confidential, do not share. Now, as for this, which, yes, confidential, do not share, but it was not sent to me by Blizzard. It was sent to me by a small little bird that flew.
Let's read. So, which would you recommend it to? Hero skin. Cosmetic armor does not include stats, including 6 variations, 1 of each class. Hero skin, new class. Hero skin, new class. Hero skin, all classes. Mounts, New cosmetic upgrades for completing in-game achievements. That just dropped for WoW. So they created this Phoenix mount of some sort that basically you can dress up and change colors, some equipment, depending on what kind of storylines you do, Unique mount that evolves with achievements. Yeah, unique mount armor. Yeah, exactly. Set amount of currency. Oh, wow.
In my window one day and said hello. Good luck, Blizzard legal department. You'll have to sue the bird, not me. So let's take a look then. Basically, this is the cost of an expansion, right? Between $69.99, $49.99, $79.99.
The cost of an expansion? There's no way that's going to be the cost of an expansion. What? It literally says the cost of an expansion at the top. I cannot believe it. So that's crazy. So they want $70. I can't. Bro, what? They want like $100 expansions? It's got to be shitting me, right?
And a delicious $99.99. This is, of course, them trying to work out how do people actually value things, right? They basically get to do, well, I would say A/B testing, but here it's sort of, well, A/B through D testing. Now, hero skins, right? A cosmetic armor that doesn't include stats with 1 for every class. And so that's one of the things they're testing. The other one is a mount. A new mount type other than a horse could come with additional features such as gaining cosmetic upgrades for completing in-game achievements. Now, that is actually something they have done with World of Warcraft Dragonflight. Well, no. The War Within. Basically, the mount that you get for either the
not a Phoenix, but a Griffin,
Heroic or Epic Edition, you get them out instantly, but there's also a quest line.
You get different kinds of bardings or harnesses. Yeah, but that's true.
Game, when you complete the quest line, you unlock some lightning effects. Overall, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, yeah, the mount comes with some dragon riding races, and it's actually kind of fun. So emotes. If you're going to sell a store mount, you may as well sell a good one. It's almost like the same rule that goes on with some of those League of Legends skins. It's like, if you're going to sell skins, and that's going to be the thing you do, you better make them
good.
New sounds, new animations, the whole shebang in the Christmas sync. Also, an instant delivery of platinum, the in-game currency. Also, platinum per season. So basically just being drip-fed X amount of platinum per season.
So just giving you 1,000 per season for expansion. That's insane.
For that expansion, that's a fairly genius way of trying to lock people in for more. Also, some cosmetic wings. Now, this is where we learn a bit more about how these surveys are done, because you can see here in the $69.99 expansion, no hero skin, no
I just
mount,
saw that.
Some
full year 4 season accelerated battle pass. $100 value. Jesus.
Platinum, no yearly platinum, wings, 4-day early access, a functional item, stash space, and of course the base game being included, but a full year 4-season accelerated
Stash
battle pass
space.
of 100.
Battle pass for WoW now? What a joke. I believe this is actually just strictly for Diablo. This section anyway. Yeah. This entire survey is for all of Blizzard, but just this section though is Diablo, because you can see it's all season based and one season before launch. So this is a lot of things that they were trying to get approved and seeing what people valued at before the game launched. And now they're testing it. Well, I guess like as it launched, and now they're testing. Basically, they want to see how much they should price their new expansion and what they should give you. So they're trying to decide if they should price it between $40 or $100. $50 or $100, sorry. So each tier is what it gives you.
$100 value, and that's the way that they'll be trying to test all of these things against each other. So yeah, obviously battle pass is being included. Is it just one premium battle pass? Is it a full year?
So this is, yeah, so if you don't have the expansion, so just buying the expansion for $49.99, you would get a companion that accompanies you in game, providing some convenience utilities such as access to your stash and automatic gold pickups. And then the third tier is I think $69.99, and this will give you one season before launch. This is like $79.99 or $89.99, and these are both will basically give it to you one season before the next launch. That's insane pay to win.
Full year accelerated battle pass. Also, they're testing early access to the game, this case being 4 days. It's good at least they're not thinking about doing 7 days. That's something that we recently...
Dude, this is how bad it is. Well, at least it's not 7 days, right?
Saw with FIFA. Well, it's not FIFA 24. It's now EA Sports FC 24. Also, a companion, a non-player companion that accompanies you in-game, providing some conveniences and utility, such as access to your stash or gold pickups. Yeah, ouch. And the two options here are one season before launch and one season before launch. So that's weird. And one season before launch, does that mean like the...
That means you get the pet one season before this expansion launches. So basically, if you pre-order the expansion right now, let's say the expansion releases, when did they say it was going to release? Sometime next year? I forget what time. But basically, the season right before it releases, you'll have that minion that auto-collects gold and basically acts as a stash.
The final season of base G4, and also this is selling convenience. I mean, obviously this is something that they're looking into. It's an idea that they have. Why else would it be here on this survey?
Yeah.
To that, I must say I am a bit suspicious, but it gets worse. There's a Town Portal skin. That's totally fine.
Yeah, they already
early access.
They already did that Town Portal skin. It's already for sale. It's part of the season. The season pass will give you a green portal skin or something else. Yeah.
Functional item. Early access to a...
No. Such as a unique piece of gear or legendary aspect before it's released? So you're telling me the people who pre-order the fat expansions for $49.99, you just get you get something unique before it's released. Here they want it to be a unique piece of gear, but if you spend $100, you get a legendary aspect, stash tabs, additional space. If you buy the base pack, you get nothing. Or no, this is the $49.99 one. 2 stash tabs is the $59.99. $79.99 and $100 one.
Functional item in game, such as a unique piece of gear or a legendary aspect before it's released during the expansion. So, of course, you can have uniques, which are some of the best gear in the game, and then legendary aspects, which are those major effects on your character.
Yes.
This is the idea that if you pre-order the expansion, which, of course, this, I mean, pre-orders, like, comes out in a year from now.
Yes.
So what would this be? You just get access to an aspect for a year earlier? Would this be access to an aspect for a season earlier? I don't know, but that is turbo scum that they're even thinking
That's
about.
wild.
Also, stash space. Yeah. 1 or 2 stash tabs, and that,
let's go,
does kind.
I cannot wait. Please let this be true. Oh man, we are gonna be farming. Please let them charge for stash tabs. Oh, please let them. I need them to do this. Please. Nothing will burn the game down faster than this. Please just do it, please. Oh, stash space cost them $0. Just log in. Yeah, but you gotta understand, if you spend $79.99, you get 2 more stash tabs. Bro, that's like an 800% value. No way you don't do that. So glad I didn't buy this Diablo. Yeah, this is already making me think I'm not gonna be able to fucking buy this damn expansion over here. We already got $99.99, $100 expansions to access the aspect and to access the game for 4 days. So sad that I have played every single one. Spent thousands of hours on Diablo 2 and 3. That's insane.
It extremely frustrates me because
this
is core game functionality. And
it really is.
You can buy stash tabs in a game like
core
Path of Exile,
game
but it's
functionality.
free to play.
They can access my bum.
All game features.
They can access my bum hole a few days.
It's only cosmetics. That's the only.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who would take that offer.
Way you got to do this.
I'm sure Bobby
Kotick
will.
Start giving people stash space. Yeah, that is absolutely, that is awful, especially.
It's not awful because they literally have said they will not charge for stash space. That this game will not be pay to win. It is literally, it is on the web. They have said it. They opened their big fat mouths. Please do this. Please do. Bobby! Now, the only thing I could think is this was before Microsoft gave them reign to run Blizzard, where they had to actually approve everything to Bobby. Now Microsoft literally told them to run their own studio. So I don't know. This is copium, maybe, that maybe they revert some of these things, that it was all Bobby's world, that this was just for his 7th yacht. You know, but now that Bobby's out, they got the Microsoft money. You know, now that they got that Microsoft money, they don't need to do this, right? Right? Right?
When people are starving for more stash space and they want it in the form of an update. Now, I imagine, and to be very clear, the vast majority of developers on this game will not want this. They're probably ARPG players and they probably know a scumbag move when they see them. Yes. Very often it's the case of the people who actually communicate about the games you play. And
now, what a lot of people do compare is that Path of Exile charges you for stash space. Now, that they do. They do. Now, they do have sales on their stash tabs every 3 weeks, but you can functionally play Path of Exile without paying. Because the game is free, and you do have 4 stash tabs, and you can create alt characters that can hold more stuff. You know, so if you really needed to, you know, Path of Exile is also free. Yes, it is free. Very much so free. So even if you bought all the stash tabs not on sale, how much is Diablo? $69.99? $69.99? Without the sale? Hold on. Oh, they dropped it to $59.99. Yeah, because it definitely was not. $69.99. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. They're hiding it on BattleNet. On BattleNet, they dropped it another $10. So $69.99. So if you bought every stash tab on Path of Exile, you would still spend less. I think all the tabs, except like without getting like very specific ones, you could buy the without buying the unique tab and the one tab that holds all the materials to upgrade the jewelry for like basically stats and stuff. The Delirium tab. Without those two, you would spend like $64 if I remember. Not on sale. If you wait for it's on sale, I think it's like $46. What is the most value game in your opinion? Oh, that is very tough because that depends. It changes for everybody. Like a game you can spend a lot of time on and not like... See, that really depends. Like, do you pick an old game that's a lot of gameplay, but it could be cheaper? Or do you pick like something newer that, you know, you can get lost in for a while? Raid, hi Queen, I already have you guys. Oh, no worries, sorry. Oh my god, I've been spacing out. Diablo 2 has been on sale for 2 months. I don't know. I don't think so. Well, no, I think you're right. I was thinking about something else. But yeah, so $59.99. You could still get most stash tabs and actually be pretty comfortable. And the thing is, all those stash tabs and things you bought will transfer to Path of Exile 2, which is also free. And the beta or alpha starts this year or next year. Oh my god, exciting! Oh brother, but yeah, but in my opinion, what is the most value game? Oh man, that really depends. Let me see. Let me look at my library. I would say, I don't know. I mean, you can legitimately play Path of Exile for thousands of hours for like $50. You know, there's new seasons, new content being added constantly. And if you're just brand new to it, I think there's a lot of value in Path of Exile. I mean, if you're looking for more newer age graphics, I mean, same thing, I think, in my opinion, with Grand Theft Auto. There's so much value in Grand Theft Auto. I mean, you can do the story mode, and then you can go online. Just there's a lot of games that have value, personally, as well as like the older, like hell, Skyrim. Skyrim has a ton of value. There's so many mods. You can basically make it an entire new game with mods alone. So like, there's so many options, and you could probably get it on sale for like $6 as long as you don't buy the newest re-release of that year. You know, because it comes out every year. So as long as you don't buy the newest release, you would be solid. Completely solid. But yeah, there's so much value. So I think that goes to more personal things. Like what one personally wants out of a game. I mean, I do like Path of Exile. Hollow Knight was amazing. I still haven't 100%ed the game. We could always go back, do the God Home, you know, finish a few more things here and there. You know, that was quite a long game. You know, hell, I think all the hours for the gameplay, I think it ended up being like over 60 hours or something like that. You know, but we were lost for like a quarter of that time, but still. That just really depends on what you find as value.
Make the games that you play know exactly what's going on. Yes, it may suck for a community manager that they've got to toe the public line because it's literally their job, but I'm fairly sure, at least in most of the cases that I've experienced, no, community managers really do actually know how the players feel. They can't always say it, but they're usually kind of more understanding.
Yeah, because they get a lot.
Obviously, not always the case.
I'm sure the community managers get a lot of messages about how people feel.
I'm sure there are examples of community managers, going on tirades, whatever. But anyway, there are some interesting options here. And remember, this is not confirmation that there's going to be a unique aspect, a unique that you get early, and stash tabs in a pre-order or in a collector's edition.
No
There's
confirmation
of that.
This is just a survey. They're testing the waters. See how comfortable people are.
It is confirmation that they've sent out a survey testing the water on those things, because ultimately their inclusion in this survey means that Blizzard do feel confident enough of these being benefits that would be plausible to implement in the game, and therefore are something they could potentially offer.
Please charge for
former
stash
here,
tabs.
early access to a functional item, you may be thinking, oh, this is a goofy plan. Where'd they get that from? Destiny 2. Destiny is so monetized. Goddamn. Anyway, Destiny 2, yes. Some lovely paying for power, because, yeah, you could get early access to a weapon if you bought the next expansion. So from the sake of Blizzard, whose game is a lot more single player focused, you could even argue, than Destiny, this is a harmless thing to do, they may say. As for the latter, well, that's especially a problem given that, yeah, things are better in season.
It's always Destiny's fault. Wow.
Player focused, you could.
So if you buy the annual pass, you got the best rifle. Man, Destiny was fun until you realize what is happening.
Could even argue than Destiny, this is a harmless thing to do, they may say. As for the latter, well, that's especially a problem given that, yep, things are better in Season 2, but the inventory rework is still ongoing, so the idea of paying extra and getting more stash tabs is very concerning, and yes, POE and other games do it, but they're also free to play. Now, the idea of an NPC companion giving you quality of life, that is also equally concerning to me. Now, the principle is the same across all of these. If you're paying a premium price for Diablo 4 once, it's perhaps a lot harder to ask for more money for quality of life features further down the line, especially if the only way to get them is a pre-order of a pricey expansion at at a higher price. Now, it's worth keeping in mind here with Diablo is these expansions will really not be the same Diablo as now. Whenever this expansion comes out, multiple seasons of improvements will have happened, and if Season 2 is anything to go by, they are actually serious about doing a better job. So maybe these issues will be fixed. Maybe the weapon unlock will not be particularly relevant.
Well, yes, because they want to charge you $100 for that expansion. You're not going to pay for it if the game is still crap, right?
These surveys are preemptive things, basically meant to guide monetization design. And monetization design, let's be real, is a sad fact of a game coming out. Everyone has to do monetization design, even if it is them trying to work out with their publisher at what price they charge for their indie game that has no microtransactions. Right? Like, normal thing to do. So what will the RRPs be? $70 for standard, 90 for digital, 100, 110 for ultimate? I mean, who knows where game pricing will be in 18 months from now? There's always room to go up. Key here, Blizzard are not operating in a vacuum. Thing is, though, if they tried to charge $150 for the most expensive version, they would be absolutely brutalized. What they're trying to work out here is what is the most money they can get away with. Now, the hilarious thing is that in August 2022, they set some expectations, and those expectations are not going to be held by this plan if it goes forward because,
they literally said
Christy, who is their senior director of global public relations, so this sir has reached the top set. Purchased items are cosmetic only. Cosmetics do not impact gameplay, therefore players cannot pay for power. So, as soon as Blizzard starts doing purchasables that impact gameplay, they have
it's on, baby.
Promise
content galore.
To repeat it, senior director
Diablo's gonna pop off again.
Yeah, that would be pretty damn rough. Anyway, here's the point. These surveys are going out. If you get a survey, please answer honestly. And I would implore you, even if you would...
Anybody get a survey?
You would, be convinced to spend a little bit more money. Could you do the rest of us a solid? I mean, come on.
Yeah, bro, just pick $49.99.
I would be. Hey, it's not an incentivized survey. You get apps, this isn't like you'll get 500 swag bucks or some stupid thing from
you get 1,000 platinum, guys.
To a survey that eventually you can turn into an Amazon gift card. It's not that. You're getting nothing for doing this survey.
Swag.
Right? Don't just say yes, harder, daddy, as your survey response. I mean, come on, what's it gonna do? Oh boy, let's talk about money, because come on, this is a money episode, and we all love a good money episode.
Let's go. numbers.
There are times where you can feel, I don't want to be all like, we can be righteously against this kind of thing, but there is a little bit of that, isn't there? And it's kind of fun. At the very least, it is us having a final laugh as the ship sinks because, yeah, hey, we may drown in the freezing cold of the sea, but yeah, at least we went down having a chuckle. So, what happens when line goes down? Obviously, $60 bundles. Because what we're seeing in response to record-breakingly bad reviews and generally middling receptions is, in fact, that Modern Warfare 3 has apparently struggled with sales. Apparently. Here's the deal from Christopher Drake. UK fiscal data.
Alright, but I mean, that's pretty much it for Diablo, I'm thinking. But yeah, that's something else. Well, are they still Activision Blizzard, or is it, or I think is Blizzard now just Blizzard, I think, right? Well, it's all under Microsoft. But I think, is it just Blizzard now? And then someone's running Activision? Or how does that work?
Data has called Modern Warfare 3 launch sales being 25% lower than Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, yeah. I mean, main thing is a lot of people were hating the story. They said literally the story is so bad. A lot of people beat it in like 2 hours, 3 hours, I think.
72% were on PS5, 20% on Xbox, and 8% on PS4. Obviously, digital data will change all this. Now, yes, the digital market generally is 70% of the user base, especially in PC and PlayStation, and the UK physical market is, of course, its own very distinct beast. But even with those caveats, obviously, 25% lower physical sales is that is past what you would expect from the natural year-to-year adoption of
look at all the graphics
in prior data.
Is this zombie?
Now, Activision do not want profit to go.
Bro, is this how zombies look nowadays? Am I a boomer? Am I a boomer? This looks like crap. This is a robbery! Send me all your ice cream, or I'll cover you in pudding and lick your toes. What are you doing, Boogie? Ooh. Oh my goodness. Ah! Okay, what? What? I didn't say anything. What? Like I was saying, is this the new zombies? Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, zombies look terrible
if line
now.
Goes down,
look at
there
this.
will be problems. It'll be bad news.
Is it me or Cold War zombies or Black Ops 2 zombies look better? Maybe I'm a boomer.
For the suits, right? And when a line goes down, they've got to make it go back up. Now, those suits are now backed by Microsoft, who will be fairly keen to understand why has the number not gone up, and they'll need to do something about it. Rather, realistically, though, this
whoa, look at that demon!
Unless this trend continues for years,
there's
and
too much
Bloomberg
sunlight.
Analyst suggested it won't change Microsoft plans unless the drop in quality continues for multiple games. Because, as you're no doubt aware, this Modern Warfare 3 should not have been Modern Warfare 3. Basically,
it was a DLC.
Wanted to do Advanced Warfare 2. Probably a good thing they killed off Kevin Spacey in the first one, isn't it? Anyway, they wanted to do that, but they couldn't because, well, they had to basically jump in and do this game instead. Essentially, once again, Activision were up shit creek with their in-house development, and what was originally planned to be essentially a big, DLC.
I'll cover you in pudding and lick your toes? Wow, Cloth, this is self-exposing. Wow. No, thank you. I'm okay. I'm on the whoa. I mean, if that's what you're into, I mean, yeah, there's no judgment here. No kink shaming here. I've licked the butter too. I mean,
DLC that will bring all of Modern Warfare 2, the first one.
Wow, look at all the Modern Warfare. Isn't this so modern and warfare?
That was basically kind of scrapped.
It's crazy.
It was turned into a full, like an actual full premium release thingy, which is what this thing has ended up being.
So basically, long story short, this is a DLC for Modern Warfare 2. And a lot of people are basically using a lot of points of evidence to be that. The fact that the campaign mode was like 2 hours doesn't really close anything or explain anything. The fact that there's no platinum trophy for completing it. The fact that it's also categorized as an add-on, so it doesn't give you a platinum trophy in the Sony system.
It's also why it basically looks completely cobbled together, but does have a sheer bulk to it because so many goddamn studios worked on it. Now, apparently, the zombies mode is actually being quite broadly well received by people.
Is it?
Interesting things to
That's
go
good.
into there. But for right now, we've got to talk about
There's
money.
too much
Even
sunlight.
if the number is down in baseline sales,
Maybe that's just me. I gotta
happy to
play.
step up and spend. The store carrying over then from Modern Warfare 2 smoothly into Modern Warfare 3, as I talked about last week in the show, that is something that is different to the past, because the way it would work is usually the game would come out, the season wouldn't have started, there would be one bundle that would be going to the Call of Duty charity for veterans, I believe, in the US and UK, but instead, the store has smoothly rolled over, and good God, it has been absolutely full of microtransactions.
There you go.
Macrotransactions. It was all fairly expensive.
I like this card, but it's
bundles that
for
really
sure an
target anything
expansion.
you would want.
It feels better than the last few did. Not as slow until the
Do you
pudding.
like Diablo 4? You can play as Lilith. Do you like The Boys? There's Homelander to be. All very weird stuff. Now, this time we've had an interesting $60 skin that in fact comes in the form of a crossbody sling
so
bag.
good.
Because this is a sling bag that comes with the exclusive royalty tiger weapon camo. This is a weapon camo. Garish is putting it lightly. Look at this footage. I mean, I am sure, against the wishes of any artist who has been anywhere near this game, this has been implemented.
Jesus.
So that's a funky little thing.
My
and of course,
eyeballs.
it did immediately sell out. Now, take
It
a look at this.
immediately sold out. The skins are ridiculous. It's becoming Fortnite every new game. Yeah, that's what they accused it of. They said last time already that Modern Warfare has become a meme. That's why it's not even just literally like taken seriously anymore. That is just becoming like a Fortnite clone, but Fortnite is still doing it better in my opinion.
Crossbody bag. Here's the deal. There can
If
be
you have that
brands,
skin,
like
you're a
Air,
golden god.
Alpaca, ones like that, who I'm sure are maybe peak design, and I'm sure they're working on fairly healthy margins within their industry. But if this is something being done by Call of Duty, I have to imagine that this is basically a souped-up Wish.com dealio. Like, I'm sure it's not that bad, but I'm sure that this is pennies on the dollar, absolutely not worth $60.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah,
Probably worth like
whatever it is,
$3.
they've, absolutely managed to sell out on it, and therefore,
Dude, we should have bought
basically,
one. We could have
give
resold
people
it.
This in-game reward that actually looks like a glitch more than an optional cosmetic.
My eyeballs.
By the way, technically speaking, this thing is a camouflage. Maybe it's a camouflage if you're in a particularly fun nightclub. Anyway, I recently did cover D4's
Well, yeah.
very...
I mean, you can dress up as Nicki Minaj, have your pink double Uzi gats while you're breaking it down.
pricey.
Do they have emotes? Do they have dances?
Bundle. It was a combination of a horse skin and
Oh,
a skin
this
plus
was
7800
great.
platinum that cost $64.99.
Yes.
Basically the way that worked, and it's why earlier on in the lead up in this in today's episode I said that the platinum store exists to make you think that bundles are a good value. Even look at it in a game like, say, Warcraft Rumble. You know, in Warcraft Rumble, buying your coins in the little store thing never makes sense. If you were to buy money, you would have to wait for a timed bundle, and God knows when the timed bundle will come out, which means when they do show up, you better get on that deal
you better
right now.
you better
That's
get
exactly
the
what we see going on here.
800% value, guys.
Because yes, this is a good deal.
It
You're
is.
getting a horse skin and armor and 7,800 platinum for the price of 7,800 platinum. What an amazing deal. They're throwing in freebies. Just that.
Huge.
None of this is real. It's a fake economy made by monetization designers over at Blizzard. And let's be real, it's pretty damn expensive. There's a concept called price anchoring. This is just price anchoring at work.
Yep.
We also see this in Overwatch. Now, Overwatch is fairly interesting. Do you remember the $40 bundle
What
that
happened
came out
with
with
that?
Invasion? And we thought, oh, yeah, I suppose they're doing that because Invasion's a pretty big thing with all that PvE content. Well, there's a new season that's came out for Overwatch 2. And hey, look, Overwatch 2, honestly, I still have to say, as a video game, I love it. Feels good. As a product, oh boy, a little bit less good as a product, isn't it? So somehow they've managed to still do a $40 bundle, even though it's not coming with a bunch of PvE content. And that's because there is the $40 Diablo crossover bundle. Basically, the premium big battle pass bundle was the only way to get Inarius and Lilith. And the hilarious thing about it, right? Hilarious thing about it, they actually admitted that there was negative pushback to this.
There was a shitload of negative
Aaron
pushback.
Keller did in a blog post that he did. It was like, we acknowledge your feelings, brackets, no changes planned at this time. Which obviously, hey, look, even if he wanted to do that change, there is no realistic way that he would have been able to as game director.
Yeah, they already released it, bro.
Because at the end of the day, a game director's job partially is going to be fighting for budgets and that kind of thing. And this is, of the take rates of any skin, one that lets you be Lilith in, I mean, look, Overwatch community, it rhymes with Lorny or Morny, and it begins with a H. You've seen the sort of art people make about Overwatch. It's the Overwatch community.
Horny!
So say that they can pay $40 to become the Blessed Mother.
They're horny.
If they revert,
they're very
back,
pogo.
what do they do? Do they give
they
people,
are very
oh,
pogo.
sorry, we're reverting this. We've changed the business model. They're not going to refund
And most
people.
of the
That's just
Overwatch
giving away
art
probably
is like
millions
porn.
of dollars. I mean, hey, do you remember?
Very pogo.
Oh, your man who worked at Blizzard. I've forgotten his name, but we covered how, at least at one point, the Sparkle Pony in World of Warcraft. I've forgotten its name. I mean, I remember what Total Biscuit called it, but what was it called?
Yeah.
The Celestial Steed.
Yeah,
that made more money than
Celestial
Wings of Liberty.
Steed
And you think about
literally
it, like,
made
Wings of
more
Liberty
than
selling, was that
StarCraft.
$39.99 USD? It was back in the day when, PC games weren't as expensive as console. Okay, but at that point in time, they had 12 million World of Warcraft players. And this was the first time you could do one of those purchases, for the $15 store amount. So, kind of sad. I say as both a fan of Warcraft and StarCraft. Anyhow, they did that $40 thing. And then immediately after that, they have the $50 Lee Seraphim? It's K-pop. I don't know K-pop, but it's $50. Where, of course, its very exclusive nature, alongside, of course, licensing costs, will have boosted that cost quite a bit.
Is that how you
now,
do it?
that's an interesting thing. Tim Sweeney recently spoke of how Fortnite has been able to change its story in terms of its actual revenue. However, its positive revenue increases in its recent resurgence, those, the game is doing way better, but those have been partially offset because their increases in revenue have been in large part down to creator partnerships, which of course have worse unit economics because someone else is getting a slice of that pie. So,
dude, there's
obviously
everybody there.
King,
Kratos, Predator,
who are trying to work out how to get more of these premium bundles off to people. Obviously, then you have a situation where Blizzard have got to try to justify their purchasing options, and they've even got to do that even in times where their purchase options seem to be hurting the game rather than help them. And that brings me back to my traditional stomping ground, World of Warcraft. That as a game, as a value proposition, is essentially better than it has been in years. Stuff's really looking on the up, actually. I mean, it was crazy even just seeing Preach's reaction to BlizzCon. You're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Happy boy. The latest tinkering they've done in WoW is fairly interesting.
Yeah, some people are really happy with WoW.
War Within is better value than Dragonflight because War Within is... Some people have said that War Within is more expensive than Dragonflight. That is literally false. All the War Within tiers cost the exact same as the Dragonflight tiers, and the max level character boost comes with the cheapest edition of War Within, whereas it did not come the cheapest edition of Dragonflight. It only came in the heroic version. But there's also 4 days early access, meaning that if you want a true launch day, tough luck, you do have to buy the most expensive edition.
Yikes.
Anyhow, the recent thing they've done is interesting, because in a way it is also combating some botting. It won't matter too much in terms of player experience, but basically, you will need to have purchased your subscription with real money at some point in order to basically buy... get it via in-game gold with WoW token, and this is being done in an effort to clamp down on botting and that kind of thing. So for people playing the game legitimately, shouldn't really be a problem. Of course, the question then is, how much will this dissuade bot networks? Will this just mean that all the bot networks are giving Blizz, their $15 for 1 month before they then transition over to using exploited gold to cover their subscription fees? Hard to say exactly.
Basically, Blizzard's like, hey, I know there's a whole bunch of y'all bots out here. We're gonna have to tax you guys. You guys have to pay up. At least 1 month, every one of you. There's 1,000 of you. Cough it up.
But yeah, that essentially is it is where we are at. World of Warcraft having a subscription fee certainly does insulate it from quite a lot of this bullshit. Personally speaking, you know.
Well, I mean, it's a pay-to-play, well, it's a buy-to-play subscription game with in-game sales, microtransactions, and purchasable cash in the terms of the WoW token. I mean, Final Fantasy is just there. They don't have the purchasable cash just yet.
Like, you can have two things. You either have a sub fee and a complete game experience. And yes, WoW is monetized via WoW token, and there are store mounts, and there's the Trader's Tender thing. The Trader's Tender thing, I'm angry about. Not to make any excuses for them. What I'm using as my point of comparison here is just how unbelievably screwy Destiny 2 is. Because, like, basically, if you want character cosmetics, pony up the money. I would rather have an a la carte experience, thank you very much, and that is why any increases in aggression with the Trader's Tender store in WoW will certainly be met by my protracted anger. Anyway, that is the story for today. A very interesting one with that D4 survey. Look, these surveys, they are indicative of market research, but what happens before monetization decisions are made and somebody asks you to pony up your money? Market research. So even though this is market research and not confirmed announced plans, it shows what they're thinking, it shows what they're researching.
It shows where their mind's at.
We should make it quite clear then that we know that the things in this survey, that they go against what their global director, or whatever her title was, of public relations, promised to the Washington Post, I believe.
They said that on multiple times.
Don't lie. Simple.
They said it multiple times, I believe.
Thanks for watching. If you want to support the show, of course, check out our sponsor. And if you do choose to do that, be sure to use our tracking link down below.
Thank you, Belly.
We sent you. That's it for me.
Uh-oh.
I'll see you back here tomorrow.
All right. Hold on. I got a phone call. 1 second. Alrighty. That was just work. We had to take care of that super fast. Wow, that was crazy though. So many things happening in the video game sphere. Which is pretty exciting. Alrighty, what else we got? Plans for today. Ooh, I don't know what to get into. Oh, you want me to let you out, Boogie? I'll let her outside. What do you want? Hmm? You being crazy? Okay. Let's see. What time is it? Hmm. 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 Supposed to be have queued up Path of Exile. Alright, we'll get into this right after we get back. Okay. As soon as we get backage. Alright. BRB. Alright, Boogie, I'm gonna take you outside. You go potty. Take these plates downstairs while we're at it. We'll be right back super fast. Come on, Boogie. Already. We'll be back. Sorry. Whew. Dog with zip zap zooming. Alright. What do we got here? Oh, let's chill. Oh. What is this? Red water?
I just don't think I can do this right now, Jane. I don't think we should be together. I know what I said, but I just don't think it's gonna work. I'm just not even close to being in a relationship. I meant it at the time. I know what I said before. I'm just too busy right now. You have to understand. I just don't think I can do this. We're just not in a good place to be in a relationship. Just not even close to being in a relationship. I'm sorry, Jane.
Oopie.
Blue lights, big crowd, jukebox, play loud, no tears, no cares, everybody rocking everywhere I come, rock out, rock out.
My phone breaking.
Rock out, rock out. Well, rock it in the morning, rock it in daylight, rocking through the evening and
Rocking through the night.
Rock out, go through the rock out.
I haven't used a Mac in so long. I wonder how that would even feel. I used to use them in middle school, I think. Just about to unfriend him. Look at her. Oh. Son of a bitch. Anger. Uh-oh. Did the picture say anything? Oh, well, it doesn't really have to, right? She can't unfriend him. Aww. She still likes him. So what era is this where they're paying like the 50s boppers, but... Is that pasta? Ravioli? Give me the formioli.
Hello, you've reached Jessica Ross. I can't get to the phone right now, so if you could leave...
But there's cell phones.
Hi, you've reached Ben Ross.
Hi, Ben. Ooh. You just calling the plumber? YOLO. You're just going for it. It's a very weird era. Kind of creepy. He's got a record player going. That's pretty hopping. That's pretty hopping, rocking, and rolling. Bungie finally acknowledged they are delaying their upcoming expansion. Yeah, we saw that. It's going from March/April till June. Oh no. 6 months without a new expansion, guys. Uh-oh. Yeah, we saw Lance, God damn it. His name Lance? No, his name's not Lance. We just saw the... Is his name Lance? We just saw the thing. Why do I call him Lance Black Pants? I don't know. We saw the thing though. Yes. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Blizzard. Bungie's in trouble. Oh no. Hey, his name is Lance, isn't it? Hi, Deuce. How are you?
Hi, you called about your water?
How did you take the news?
Hi, yeah, come in.
How do you feel about
I tried
this?
turning on the water and it wouldn't turn on anywhere in the house. My parents said their bathtub wasn't draining last week. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Probably not, but I'll check that first. Where's their room?
It's the one right there.
Perfect, thanks. This will only take a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh. That's a pretty cool record player. Oh. Thought that was my house for a second. FBI, open up! Oh, too late. The fucking movie already scared me first. The movie beat you to it, champ. You gotta work on those reflexes. It's gonna be the actual plumber. Open the door. Fast.
Hello, I'm Levi. I'm from Blue House Plumbing Services. Here to check the drain.
No, someone already came. He's upstairs.
That's not right. I'm the only one they sent out.
But someone's already upstairs.
Can't be from our company. I'm the only one that works night shifts. Do you call another company?
No, just you guys.
Do you want me to check upstairs? Probably just a misunderstanding.
No, the guy turned off the... He closed the door. Oh no. What's happening?
He went in that room.
Why wouldn't you... Why are people always like heroes? Just be like, yo, alright. You wanna call the cops and just chill while they get here? Like, if you're not going in there with like...
Hello?
The blick black. Well, he thinks it's a misunderstanding, right? Truly.
Hello?
Right.
No one's here.
But it wasn't working before.
Maybe he just fixed it and left.
He didn't say anything to me though.
Listen, I've got another house to get to. It's probably just a misunderstanding. At least it's working.
But wait, he was here. He walked into...
Probably just fixed the faucets and left. Trust me, it happens all the time. No one's here anymore.
What? He can't say that for certain. That was terrible. Just call the cops. You have an iPhone.
Hey, call me if the water goes out, alright?
Oh, she fucked up. That's how you get got. What the fuck? What? He's tripping balls. Why is he wet? I have no idea what's happening. Is she tripping balls or is he a wizard? Oh, she's tripping balls. But that dude is real. No phone line? That guy's a smart thief. Wait, isn't he outside? But there's other doors. You got a big house. She's like, oh shit, right. Did you check your parents' door? Nope, he's already up there. He's already inside. Lock that shit. There's two choices. He's already inside or you're fucked.
Jane.
She's fucked.
Jane. Jane. Jane.
She's not. Fucked. Jane.
Jane.
Are you okay? Jane. And this reality. Is he dead? Why does she have like a bullet wound? tripping out, man. I have no idea what's happening. My little noodle does not understand. It's a connecting door. I'm just not really sure what's happening with the reflections or why she sees herself as the other girl in the mirror. Why she's hallucinating in the middle of this invasion. They try to cut her. Oh, but the sink is on. She's like, two can play like that, bitch. I got my own stabber. You should restart the music. That'll confuse them. Go for the foot. Go for the toe. He can see you. He can see your footsies. Them toesies. Oh, well, she's dead as fuck. How? Doesn't he? Didn't he have a knife? She's gonna stab him with a disc. Whoa. He's a charm collector. Oh, does that mean he's dead? I don't understand this guy. Does he want her to die? I never understood the guy though. Very creepy though. Maybe he drowned them? That's the only thing I can think is that he murdered them or something. Honk honk. Ta-da! Welcome to the circus show. Is she texting 911? Let's go. You can text 911 in America. They don't always receive. It depends where you are. I do not... People text to 911? Yes. Metropolitan areas such as in California, Las Vegas, and large cities, they do have a text message thing. You want to put as much detail as you possibly can, including your location, their address, and everything, you know, as soon as you can. Why not call if it's urgent? Well, because what if in this situation you're being kidnapped and you can't speak, or you're being held against your will, but you have your phone on silent and you can send a text message? You know, it's technology. It's a lot of reasons, you know. That they insist, and I think it's great just in case, you know, because the way it works here, if you send a message or a call, they know who you were. They got basically your phone's IP address. You know, they got your phone's IP address. Just accept the button that government can access your information and location would be quicker, though. But I doubt they would do that temporary. No, that's a whole different thing. You're thinking of the NSA, and the NSA does monitor all of America. It's not a secret, you know. CIA runs the entire world, you know. It's welcome to America, you know. Well, we don't, you know. But it's basically, if you contact the cops, they have all of your phone's information. You know, it's just, how do they proceed if it's a prank call or whatever? But if you text them with a lot of information, they'll respond. You know, what a nice place to be in. Hey, very true, baby. God bless America. Woo! Scream! This is an eagle. You didn't know this was an eagle. Whee! Now, I never understood USA. USA, America, fuck yeah. Fuck some shit up and we're going again.
I never knew how much I'd miss your touch till you said goodbye.
So is the kid dead? Or did he just break up with her? Very confuzzling. Very good though, very good. So what I'm taking from that is that it was a real home invasion, and she's got some mental problems because she's hallucinating her wet ex-boyfriend. And she made out with him for like 4 minutes. So I think that's kind of an issue. But other than that, you know, she did great. She did great. She defended herself. You know, America, that's right. Fuck yeah. Dancing around America, fuck yeah. What else did we have this? What the heck is the next one?
Today, we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally
Oh my god. Are we ready for this? When is this updated? This was updated 9 months ago. So this is more recent than everything I've experienced. Now, the thing is, I think Matt Pat has to have some secret info that, since he was in the movies, you know, ... This is effed up. What's effed up? Are you okay? What's effed up? Oh, brother.
complete. The pieces.
So, I think he's gonna go with this super fast. I just got more work and have to work during the weekend too. Do you get overtime? How does that work? From 9 to 9 p.m.? Oh my god, that's 12 hours. hours, baby. How do your shifts? I don't even know if that's a lot for you guys. I don't know. Is that a lot? Here in America, average shift is 8 hours. We work a 5-day work week. So it's usually 5 days a week. You get 2 days off. Doesn't always have to be together. They could be any day. And you work 8 hours a day on average. Well, about 9 hours if you don't include lunch, if it's not like a lunch on schedule kind of thing. I get half overtime because I'm still in probation. Oh my god. Oh no, it sounds like a scam, but I'm not trying to give myself... Well, they're trying to get in that half overtime, you know? They're like, yeah, this fucker, how much time do you have on probation? They're probably like, he's probably gonna be off probation soon. Let's get whatever overtime we can right now. Now that it's half off, you know? Black Friday, baby! Black Friday, Eka, half overtime. Overtime, half off. Hell yeah. Yeah, 50% off labor from Black Friday sale. About 3 more months. That's a lot of probation. Holy shit. Hey, that's okay though. Damn, that's a nice company. Must be a nice company though. Holy shit. Damn, that's pretty good though. Keep it up, Becca. You better work your butt off. You better be like, yes sir, yes sir. I'll be there from 9 to 9. I can stay to 10 if you want me to. You know, that's how we do. We love it here. That's yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be yeah. But yeah, I'm still mad. It's all right. It's not every weekend though, right? That I have to work during the weekend. Yeah, but it's not every weekend though, right? You seem to have like most weekends like to yourself, or am I mistaken?
Are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life.
I'm just complaining, that's all. That's good! Complain away.
I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018.
I'm just looking on the bright side,
Mike
you know.
was the crying child.
It's
Afton
not every
coming back
weekend.
was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought.
Wow. Dude, this is basically all I remember from Five Nights at Freddy was the bite of 87, the purple guy Afton.
Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever...
So Fazgoo is probably a new thing. That's probably what's controlling all of these things.
Never thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory, so to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel. But when you look at the totality of this franchise, the story of FNAF really boils down to the story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to become a co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's why I've decided to split this.
He's a digital Afton now? He's in the Matrix?
Timeline into 3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started and how it came into being. The Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree.
Those are the 2 best parts of the whole series, I think, in my opinion. You know. This fucking purple blob is responsible for everything? Yes! And believe it or not, no one even noticed he was a purple blob. Can you believe that? What were the people of the 70s even doing with their lives? You know, I would be like, hey, that guy looks like he's purple. Isn't that kind of weird, everybody? Didn't we, like, you know, band together? Like, didn't we, like, burn down Frankenstein? Shouldn't we burn down this purple guy? But no.
And post-purple guy. Basically modern FNAF. Everything that happens after the pizzeria simulator fire. And because there are lots of...
So yeah, that's as far as I got. I got to the pizzeria fire. Dude is McDonald's Grimace, but having pure mind. Actually, yeah, I think actually, like, he's fucked up.
New big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk about further, I decided to dedicate one episode to each chunk. I originally wanted it to be one seamless continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only am I discussing some of the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and any other citations that we need throughout the video. So if you wish to understand that specific statement in more detail, you know exactly where we've taken it from. That way you can look into those details for yourself. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way, discovered the secret to eternal life. Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of...
What? Why can't it just be a horny gay serial killer robot? I mean, that's modern FNAF. That's modern FNAF. That's the current era. And this is the stuff that built up to that. Remember, back in the day we had a whole bunch of strong, burly men, and now we have, you know, have you seen my hair flip? Look. Oh my god. Yeah. But I didn't know. Why would it go back to the 30s, to the Depression era?
Cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, fourth highest unemployment in the nation and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California.
It was crazy.
People were tired and they were hungry. But as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Vaughn Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy, Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance, it could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits.
I like how he has Disney
the big innovation,
right there.
Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie.
Golden
Feeling
Freddy.
like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough, with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic.
This is from the first game, so you get to play, you know, some secret cutscenes and stuff. This is insane. So that's where Golden Bonnie's from.
Crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents. But it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters,
party time,
including
Chica.
a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait. A bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why'd it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots.
No way.
Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Gregory.
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless.
This is going
Afton
so
fell in
fast.
love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple single bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big decisions. And admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singin' Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the Singin' Show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's Singin' Show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. The Fredbear Singin' Show thing also starts laying the groundwork for some of the core elements of this story, that Freddy's was a place of fantasy and fun, and that Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the franchise. Next up, let's talk about those mascot costumes. One thing that I keep going back to is the design of Glitch Trap. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers for the performer's hands. It is very much not a Springtrap suit. This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of serial killers. So the fact that he's choosing to lure kids and kill them in this particular suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Freddy, Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like everyone else, was turned into an animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, something that we'll touch on in part 2, saw those mascot suits specifically. Lastly, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The literal elephant, Orville Elephant, as well as the rest of the mediocre melodies. For a while now, I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster. Especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fredbear. And yet, there are 2 key details that we're gonna have to justify identify with any mediocre melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary with external battery packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And two, we know that at minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off? Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic, so it just has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike me as the type. He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's relationship, so here you go. I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages. Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were right on the money. Knowing all of this, at one point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters, merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party World? Few things, actually. First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second, in the story The Puppet Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with a theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location, a detail that's bothered me for years at this point. It might also explain why William decided to stuff his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his. Is all of this a big leap? Yeah. Is it connecting a lot of dots that are very spread out across the franchise that I've been holding on in the back of my mind for years? Absolutely. But I think it makes sense. It also serves as a clean answer to a lot of the random threads that Scott's been leaving dangling for years. So with all of that in mind, my friends, we can close the book on the foundation of Freddy's. And don't worry, next week I'll be back to give you arguably one of the most confusing parts of this entire timeline situation, part 2, the Afton era. I promise it will actually be next week this time. No more waiting around. I am just as eager to get this one out the door as you are to watch it. I promise. You know what else I promise? I promise that we'll actually get to talking about the games. I would have liked to have talked about them in this episode, but there just isn't that much in the games that helps us depict anything pre-Family Diner. Although, let's be honest, this franchise has never been just about the games anyway. Even back in the early days of FNAF, we were decoding images and source code that Scott fed us through the website. The modern day books and the clues that we get from those things, now they're just modern extensions of that. All of it is crucial to understanding this franchise and its lore. Unless, of course, Steel Wolf finally gets around to making that Fredbear's Family Diner game they want to make so badly.
I've always would love to do is get kind of back to, I have no clue if we'll ever be able to do this, but getting back to kind of like the origin of like Fazbear Entertainment, or the origin of Freddy Fazbear.
But in the meantime, while we wait for that inevitably cryptic game, I hope that this start to the timeline helps to fill in some of those gaps. I'm excited to share part 2 with you next week. If you haven't subscribed and rang the bell, make sure you do it now so you're notified when that part drops. I cannot wait to see your thoughts down in the comments below. And as always, I remind you, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Go easy on me. Tried my best.
What? So is this the rise of Afton?
Hello, intern.
This is so long. Why? Burn them all.
Internet, welcome to Game Theory, and officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and the infuriating moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving, the world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life. Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life, there is inevitably death, something that Afton would become intimately familiar with. But before Afton acquaints himself with death, I want you to take some time to acquaint yourself with our newest channel. Guys, this is a huge moment for us theorists. For the last decade, we've had this 4-player controller icon, and now we finally fill in the final missing piece. Get ready for the rollout of our newest theorist channel. Drumroll, please. Style Theory, where we're looking at the science, math, psychology, history, and mystery of the way you look, your clothing, fashion trends, hygiene, and makeup. Now, I know that theorizing about style might sound weird at first, but hear me out. I grew up not understanding style or fashion at all. Admittedly, I was a bit of a hot mess, blissfully ignorant to the impact that style has over your life and how the world treats you. But over time, by educating myself on the ins and outs of the fashion industry, I was better able to achieve my true self and find my own sense of personal style. And that right there, that builds confidence. The way that you look directly affects the way that you feel and the way that other people treat you. So understanding those rules and being able to take some control over all of that is incredibly valuable. It's an educational curve. And what do we do on these channels? We like to educate you while entertaining you, which honestly is why I think this channel is so important for us to launch. There are so many lies and half-truths in the fashion industry that there needs to be someone out there to say, hey, this is right, this is wrong, and this is what science says. Also, you know, we're gonna have a lot of fun because talking about fashion is weird. Like, this channel has already given me the excuse to bludgeon a ballistic head to death using a high heel. It's also the channel where we're gonna physically be testing the viability of female armor, or how many t-shirts it takes to stop a bullet. There's also practical everyday stuff too on this channel. Do school uniforms actually benefit the students? Does it make a difference whether or not you wash your legs in the shower? That's the sort of stuff that you can find on this new channel. In fact, there are 5 new episodes that you can check out right after you finish this beast of an upload. I personally recommend starting with the Killer Heel episode, because this episode's all about the birth of a killer. And while you're over there, consider subscribing. It'll do all of us over here a huge favor, because if we manage to get 1 million subscribers by the end of the month, it'll put us as a top fashion channel here on YouTube. Show the world that looking smart can be even better than looking cool. So go ahead, enjoy your all-day theory marathon. And now with our logo complete, it's time to complete our other massive ongoing project, this timeline. Onward to part 2, where things are about to get dark in a hurry. 1983, business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic
it's
of
the wearable
between
suit.
these 2 men, a human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. Plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment meant to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was Williams' idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea, a beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away.
That's some good editing.
Continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1985. 3. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten after
No, wait, that was Michael?
Robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my hall?
The ballerina dancer.
All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. I have
seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies?
And that was in
sneak
Chica.
Out, someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now
shit.
withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him? That was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No, as long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply, call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993.
What?
This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself, but he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place.
Failed.
Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. End of this part. I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point, and the episode has gone on forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established.
What? This is really I thought he was going to try to break it down all in 20 minutes. This is very
Reestablished time and
comprehensive.
time again by the games. That said, there are 2 things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of Sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close, because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline?
Yeah.
At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work, hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. And with that, this next chapter comes to a close, thereby leaving us with 5 more games to cover and another 40 plus years of Fazbear history to recap.
What the fuck? That's so crazy.
That way, something tells me that this might balloon into 4 parts. Ugh, we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, until then, my Faz heads, congratulations, you've made it through a massive upload. And hey, if you are still looking for more to watch, then check out the other 5 brand new awesome theories over on our new sister locations.
Very fun. So this is all 4 of them. This is like an hour more. Oh my god. Holy shit, butts.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory and page 20 of our final FNAF timeline. This is getting ridiculous.
20.
Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer, how the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put you back together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to possess animatronics, giving Afton his first exposure to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices, robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life.
Yeah, she
now
got
with
eaten.
2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten, as we're about to see in today's video. Today, we're finishing up Chapter 2 of our story, wrapping up the Afton era. Over the next 6 pages, we switch our focus to the other main character of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of
security
a
guard Mike
decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind.
Oh, he becomes the
Now,
second
before we begin,
purple
let me just
guy.
rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know. I'm sorry, I wanted to, but covering FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2. Don't worry, that part is already written, it is already recorded, it is just in the process of being edited. It is a hefty episode. So mark it on your calendar, that one's actually going to be going live on March 25th. It's also coming complete with a live talk back where we go back over everything from the past couple episodes, as well as having ourselves some very special guests. So overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning though, the conclusions we've reached that solve security breach, whew, they are controversial. I feel good about them. Like, I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers here, but whoa, they're gonna raise.
Yeah, I don't know about all the new ones.
Just say
yeah, the
you're
new
either
ones
gonna
are
love
all
that
wild.
episode or hate it. I don't really think there's gonna be much in between on that one. Anyway, without any further ado, let's cover a chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike.
Hi, Mike. So Mike's
William
a
still
security
wasn't back.
guard.
Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the two of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was
a laboratory.
Unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for father. A failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring, expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is it the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust.
What? It makes sense,
No, he
though.
had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
And he got scooped.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts. And each time at the end of his week's shift, to avenge and set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick.
That was the
People
VR
would make
one.
a quick buck off the tragedy of others.
That came
off
on a
his own
Halloween.
family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life. Their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his
Ultimate
father and the
Edition.
cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished.
I remember this.
Except it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment
What?
franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot Spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you, although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence.
Now it's the end, right?
Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives to Mike and tell his side of the story. And with FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach having so much to explain, I didn't want to rush through things by trying to cram it all in here. Don't worry, I know you've all been patient. The final video is happening on March 25th. That is locked. It is getting ready to go. Trust me, I want this thing to be over and done with as much as you. I am not just stretching it out for the views. But before we wrap up for the day, I did want to talk about the big Orville elephant in the room, Mike's quest for revenge. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know them. There is no good way for me to make them fit in. Here's what
There's no good way.
We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair, Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual, though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and sister location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on his drawings in the security logbook. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not Michael. Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and
really, it doesn't have
Mike
Michael
as our
Afton
protagonist and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past.
Okay, he's recapping. That was huge. So this is the last.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory! And the final part of my Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness.
Yeah,
the people were gone too. William was dead. Henry was gone. A whole generation of young
Henry
Emmys
died?
and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the
Did Henry
pizzeria.
die,
All
really?
of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone.
Jeez Louise.
Well, all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeats! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again, a time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place. They were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need Remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite
this
Pretty
how
Chica and 4th of July
AR
Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddy's for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity, the right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. The crying child. Her little boy. The one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology. And so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history, that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated: 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition.
What?
But his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties. All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him.
What?
And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining. Hollow black sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. It was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority. Maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plan.
Jeez,
Sure
no
enough,
way.
there it was. Buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth, but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case. I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, the VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes. She would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation.
What?
Just
How?
to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more
Fazbear
Afton.
Funtime
But it was her
furniture?
last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy.
Really?
You could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof. The Aftons reunited. A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments. For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed.
Yes.
Little plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry scary spirits. But it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage, almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him, but she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. And there you have it, my friends. Nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline.
Is that where we're at?
Is here in 2023, the year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I just handed out. I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest. So let me just break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing of this episode, and obviously the one that everything else rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC. Here's why I went with this route. Now, first and foremost, the head of Fazbear Entertainment is the single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who is okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies on this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeating
theory this way. Keep moving.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is definitely the real deal. Maybe not all the glitches are gone, and just so happened to be on my first playthrough, I managed to skip an entire chapter that was filled with the most lore, but hey, consider that my contribution to the speedrunning community. You can call that one the failed lore hunter.
There, Pog. That was good. That was good. I mean, I thought that went overall. We're gonna break out, I guess, Inscryption for a bit. Yeah. Let me see. Boop. We got it. We've never played it. We're about to figure it out. Then we'll go figure out what Bubs is doing. And go from there. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So we're stuck on this screen until till we start it. Okay. Be right back. Okay. BRB. I'm back from lunch. Cool. I'll be right back. We're about to start this game. I don't know what it is, but we got a little bit to go. Got a missed call 2 hours ago. I'll be right back. What did I miss? Pretty much all the FNAF lore. Shit was crazy, but then it got really, unhinged, like super unhinged. It went like woo, and then it went like whoa. But that was pretty good. All right, BRB. I'm gonna go potty, let the dog out, and then we'll get started. BRB, bye, bye, bye. Love you, bye. BRB. Alrighty, we back. Ah, my phone died. Already, we back. Sorry. Now let's start this game audio. Now, I don't know what it is, to be honest. I think it's a card game. It's got good reviews. It was gifted to us. It was great. So let's see what it is. Alrighty. Crap. Here we go. I don't know what this is. Daniel Mullen game. Evolver? I know that company.
Okay, time to figure out what's on this thing.
Okay. Let's go, team. You got it. Ooh. I like this. Very pogo. What is this? Options. What? But I've never played this game. Why would it be continue? Another challenger. It has been ages. Perhaps you have forgotten how this game is played. Allow me to remind you. It's time to duel! Play the squirrel card. I saw this somewhere. Squirrel, I choose you. Now play your stoat. Stoats cost 1 blood. Sacrifices must be made. Okay. Wolf requires 2. You don't have enough. Ring the bell. And combat commences. The number on the bottom left is the attack. Ooh. Your stoat dealt 1 damage and it added to the scale. If you win if you tip my scale all the way down. Oh. Your turn? Wait, how do you have that much a tower? You took my HP, you son of a bitch. My turn. With the heart of the cards, I believe. I summoned the Squirrelmon. And with that, I summoned the wolf. Oha. And with the wolf, I attack. And he is dead. Because you are learning, I will pass. Again, a random choice from your deck or the certainty of a squirrel. Oh, these are all squirrels and this is a random card? Oh, that's Pog. Well, fuck, we don't have shit. All we can do is ring and attack again. Are we not winning yet? How are we not won yet? Okay. Now we win. Let me recall your story. Oh, yes. You were lost deep in the forest. A single path revealed itself. Oh, I have to pick one of these? I pick the river snapper. I pick the wolf. The stoat? Oh. You don't W the ASD here. Oh. Let's see, poison or an infinite summon. Infinite summon. I don't know, poison sounds pretty good though. Ooh, you came across an abandoned shack. You found a squirrel in a bottle. And have a second. Another useful implement. 3 is as much items as we can carry. You were ambushed while crossing some rough terrain. You sacrificed me while I was sleeping. It was the right play, I get it. Maybe. You'll help me? Play along for now. What the fuck? You may now see my moves ahead of time. We'll start with the squirrely pie, I guess. And then... But my squirrel... Oh, you can't sacrifice the boulder. Alright, Mr. Stoat. Here we go. That's right. Bing bong. Wolf cub and a bat? The ambitious wolf cub, it ages swiftly. I think we take a squirrel or a random card. Probably a random card. We'll do this. And then... No. We'll just attack, I guess. It turned into a whole wolf. What? Oh my god, my life. You piece of shite. I need another squirrel. You bastard. Okay. Bing bong. Is it my turn already? A random card. Now we got a wolf on our hands. Wait, oh, the cat takes a sacrifice? What in the world? What? The world? What is this? You will place a weight on the scale. The pain is temporary. I guess magic squirrel. We'll use the magic squirrel here to summon the cat here. Summon the wolf. Oh, fuck me. I fucked up. Okay, I understand now. That's sad. That's really sad. Oh. What are you looking at, bud? He seems kind of sad. I mean, I could use an emergency squirrel and get rid of him. But no, no need. Just use this. Yep. There it is.
You prevailed and trekked onwards past the bloody terrain.
Is this like Dungeons and Dragons, but with like cards or something? I choose you, Pikachu. Wolf Club. It wolves after a wolf after a single turn.
The meek sparrow, an inexpensive.
A feeble flying creature. This requires a sacrifice. One sacrifice. And this is airborne. It can attack directly. I like the cub. The cub was pretty fire.
You stumbled into some strange stones in the mist. You were compelled to choose a worthy sacrifice. One that will be lost forever. No, not my wolf cub. Not my cat.
I just got these, bro. Okay. So the cat can be infinitely sacrificed one time. The wolf cub just gives us a wolf cub. Fuck.
Damn it.
Pick me. What an honor. A ghastly spectacle, but the soul of the wolf cub now long lives in the stoat. What? What the hell is that?
Behold my totem. It inscribes my canine cards with the airborne sigil.
So the doggos can attack, will strike an opponent directly even if there's a creature. And this is a stupid dog. Son of a bitch. And he's gonna summon these right there and right there, huh? Yeah, piece of poopers. No, we'll wait. Wow, we're about to get murdered.
It has given my coyote the flower of life.
That's fine, champ. Alright. And now we're gonna summon this. Oh damn. Okay, that's pretty pog. See, I knew the cat was gonna be pog. Did we lose? What? No way!
Fetch me the candlestick from atop the barrel side.
What? Which candlestick? Bet you what? Ooh. Ooh, what's this? Ooh. Can you move the clock? Alright, I mean, we can do this scientifically here. Told you. Does it fit? Is this the only panel? I have a feeling it's not. Nope, I moved the wrong one. Nope. Wait. Okay. Well, I mean, I opened one. Bro, going through every combination? Well, I mean, that's how you do it. If you don't have limited tries, there's no reason not to, right? I'm sure this is how they wanted me to play the game, guys. I'm sure this is exactly how they meant for me to play the game. Yep. No. Any other way would have been a lie. Yep. This is clearly how you win. Yep. I'm gonna open that bottom chamber, watch. And you're gonna be disappointed once I get it open, and it's gonna be a treasure, watch. Am I moving the right one? I think I'm moving the wrong one. I think I already got confused, if I'm being honest. I definitely think I already got confused. I found a ring. Okay. Ooh, there's a picture. Nothing in the picture. Okay. Okay, there's a hammer here. There's pitch darkness here. Can we see anything in the dark? Ooh, what? This hammer shakes. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Both of these shake. Okay. There's a cat. Oh, there's a statue of a cat here. There's a globe here. There's this candle. I just turned off the candle. Not Pog, but okay. There's this thing. We are gonna be here for a while, right? No. Bring it here. See? No way. I knew it. The fuck is this? Over here. I can't get out. Do you think my same technique will work here? I think so. Wait a second. I think so. This is expert bank hacking skills right here. This is what we learned from Grand Theft Auto. Also from Skyrim. Infinite combinations. Is there supposed to be something I click, or does it just open? I hope it just opens. Oh, fuck. I was on 4. I really hope it just opens. Alright. We'll get there eventually. Well, it starts all at 0. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're in it, we're in it. I think I heard it. Man, you shit. Man, I wonder if this opens here. Man, it better not be like 111, because that's gonna be like at the end of our cycle here. I mean, what are the odds? Now that's just gonna open, right? I hope whatever this is just opens. If there's like a crank or something I gotta press. After I get the right combination, I'm gonna be actually upset. Okay, well, shit. Well, it's gonna be like 111. Alright. Bro, skip the puzzle path and brute force it? No, these are expert hacking skills. Only an expert criminal from Vice City or Los Santos would know skills like this. They've never expected anyone to come in like this. This is how a master hacker does it. You think it's some crazy thing like listening to the safe. Nope. You just put in every possible combination until something happens. And then, through pure brute force, bro, it's gonna be like 111. I'm gonna actually be upset. It's actually... Or it's gonna require me to press some sort of button. Or not! That's right, bitches! What is this? The fuck is this? What did I do? I don't know what this is, bro! I hate you, the game debate. I don't even know what this is. What is this? Maybe this is supposed to mean something later on. I have no fucking clue. Wow. Well, we did that. That's cool. Whatever that. Is there anything here? No, probably not. Okay. Man, I still need to figure out the bottom to this clock. Or the game dev is smart and wants to waste your time. Imagine that happening. I don't need to imagine that. I've played Diablo. There's the bottom door. I know that shit opens. I promise. It's just a 3-pronged puzzle, just like the safe. Oh, but it can't be 12, right? Okay. Now sit back down. I don't want to sit back down. I'm having too much fun figuring all this shit out. I have no idea what's going on, to be honest. But we're just happy to be here. Can I just wiggle this? No? Okay. Fine, fine. I'll sit back down. What's up? Let me explain something to you. My candles. That was one of the 2 mistakes you can make here. If you make another, I must sacrifice you. Now, where were we? Dude, this is like a Dungeons and Dragons game. What the fuck? You? A wolf? A snaky boy? Or a porcupino? What is a porcupine? Oh, no! I was just asking what a porcupine does. Oh man, I don't even know what that is. You came across a small group of survivors. Faces shrunken from starvation, they huddled around the campfire. They looked upon your group of creatures and beckoned. "Come, warm one of your creatures by the fire," one said. "Warm it by the fire, that will enhance its powers," said another. You noticed one of the survivors wiping drool from their mouth. What? Okay. My little weasel doesn't seem to be happy with this. I upgrade its power, huh? Oh! The fire warmed the poor wolf, enhancing its power. One of the survivors reached towards it. Another gnashed their teeth. Without a word, you pulled the wolf away from the fire and left. Okay. What the hell? What is this? A fur? You're gonna bring a grizzly bear? What in the fuck, bro? That doesn't sound fair at all. That thing's gonna kill me in one hit, bro. No way. What does this do? Once a card bearing this sigil struck, the striker is then dealt a single damage point. So that means if the bear hits me with this, it gets hit for 1 damage. Bro, this is gonna be intense. Okay. I'm scared. He's gonna put that grizzly up and fuck my day up. Look at this shit. Oh, oh, bro. I need to draw a card. Do we want a squirrel or do we want a random card? I think we need a squirrel here. A random card may give us a wolf or something. We're just gonna have to YOLO it. We're gonna lose this wolf no matter what. But we're at least gonna take most of this bear's HP down. Ugh. Okay, it's got 2 HP. Come on, somebody come in clutch. Another wolf? Oh, fuck me. Is it gonna win after this match? Damn it, we're gonna have to use the emergency squirrel. Yeah, because I have to kill that stupid bear. He's completely insane. You see that, right? No care for the rules. Pathetic, really. Only keeps me around to watch me suffer. The fuck? That's crazy, bro. How can I kill this tree? I can't kill this stupid tree. Do I win yet? Oh, all he had was the grizzly bear? That's huge. I don't know. This way, I guess? A snapper? Another wolf boy? Or a sparrow? Maybe a sparrow boy? Okay. Oh, there is room for the creature. The warmth will enhance his health. Who do we enhance their health? We can make a super wolf. We should have made a super cat. We should make a super fucking cat. That has attack, huh? No, how do I pick something else? I don't want to pick you. Let's do the cat. Oh. I like the cat. The cat's not bad. What the fuck is this?
Trees seem to close around you as a chill mist descended. In the distance, you could hear the clinking of metal in a stone. A hobbled figure stood in your path. Hee-haw, 'twas the prospector.
He's doing the prospector again. Easy, boss. The mule's key. The mule's key. The mule is key. So you want me to murder the mule, I see. So... how much attack do you have? You have 1 attack. Huh. I mean, if I pulled the wolf, I could fuck that mule up all day. That's 5. Is it once per turn? Okay, I need the wolf. But the wolf needs 2. Shit. And I got a stupid porcupine. Shit. Back on the board, yep. We back, baby. Okay. Did my thing level up or something? Oh yeah, he got stronger. Is this a good wolf? Yes. Now we attack. I think this is it, right? Dang it, Mom, you! We got the prospector. My cat! She loved that fucking cat, bro. That cat was actually pretty cool. What do you have? A raven, a porcupine, a snapper. Oh, I gotta draw another card? Okay. Okay, now we attack, I guess. That should be it. Oh, double candle. I hope you didn't think it'd be that easy. There's gold in them cards. Gold I've struck. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I have to wait till he destroys them? No way in hell. I can't even sacrifice them? Oh, that dirty, dirty rat. That dirty, dirty rat. Dirty, dirty rat. Okay. Okay, I see, I see. We're just gonna attack directly, right? Boom. Sheesh. Okay. This is getting really sucky. Okay. Well, what are the odds that I can play, something else here, huh? Oh. Okay, well this is getting rough. I think this is game over. Literally, I think this is game over. If I had a bird, if I didn't use both my birds here. There's literally nothing for me to do. There's just nothing. I'm dead. There's literally nothing I can do. No! I didn't mean to use that. But okay. I just pulled my tooth out. R.I.P. More gold! Get away from me! You aren't dead yet. This isn't purgatory, though you may think of it that way. Before you expire, I must ask you a favor.
I would like a memento.
Your very own death card. Quite plain at the moment. We'll work to amend that. What? Please choose a card to draw cost. Oh, my wolf. Damn. My portrait. Cheese. Oh. Cheese. Alright. Here we go again. Another challenger. You can understand Bones. The resourceful possum costs 2 bones. You gain a bone and none of your creatures perishes for any reason? What? Oh, so do we get a bone for that? Oh. Okay. So I put this down. And then put this down here. And that's how bones work. And game over. So what, did it just restart? I forgot your figure. Get up and fetch it for me. It's beside the safe. What is this? Oh, this is an encyclopedia. Is there another... Ah. I mean, they're moving. They must move for a reason, right? Maybe if you click them 999 times. I can't see what's over here, but there's something there, I'm sure. Oh, what is this? This was not here before. And neither was this. I wasn't sure if I would ever escape. That iron crypt is the stoat around? The stunned wolf? This madness must end. Put that away. We got a key, bro. Say swear. Oh, what the heck is this? We got a skink.
I forgot that I had put that there very well. You may add it to the deck.
What the fuck? We already opened this one. What about this one? We got one. 2, 3, 2. This one doesn't move. 1. Maybe I should figure out what this puzzle is. Nah. This is way better. We got 3. Oh. Oh. Not even sure what I'm doing here. So that one is forever stuck. That's either 1, 0, or 0. That's still 1, 4. That's still 5.
Formidable creatures, those ants. Very well, I will add them to your deck and make them available for future challengers.
Wow! Oh shit, more puzzles. God damn it. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Let's clear out the house that we can. We have 2. We have none. We have 2. Still have 2. Have 3. Alright. 4. Still 4. Nope. 3. So close. Still 3. Still 4. It went from 4 to 0. Two. 4. 0. Well, I mean, if we just move these up. It needs a balance of some sort. I'm not sure what that means. There it is.
A caged wolf. Curious.
Dude. And he's just letting me solve all these puzzles. Damn, bro. Alright, we got a 2. Alright. Still a 2. Okay. I wonder how this works. This game is too confusing to watch, not gonna lie. I think I'm skipping a lot of the... I think personally I'm skipping a lot of the lore or puzzles. You know, I'm kind of just figuring things out. You know, since that guy's not murdering me, he's just kind of let me do my own thing. I mean, if he was gonna like murder me or something, he'd be scary. We got 3. I don't understand how to do this last one though. Why even play puzzle? Just brute force it? Well, yeah, that's the point. That's what we're doing. Just trying to figure out how to brute force this. Is the question. That doesn't work. That produces 0 results. And same with that. So this one has to be here. Whoa, hold on. It could be there or there. I see. I see. My knee's weak. My arms are heavy. Mom spaghetti. We're activating here. We're activating. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, now we got 3. This one is the one that's fucking me up right here. If that could just not fuck me up, I would love you so much. The balance is unaffected here. There we go. And that's how you figure things out. Without having met her, this wood carving is meaningless. In time, you will understand its power. Let's go! Yeah, even he said that I haven't even met whoever that is. Yeah, I think I don't think this is how we're supposed to be playing the game. I'm just Resident Eviling this game. See, I'm used to playing Resident Evil, where like, if a puzzle is solvable, it's fucking solvable. But if it's not, you just don't have the thing that you need. Like, whatever we need for this, we don't have it. We need something to get this thing out of the squirrel's fucking hand. But yeah. You know what's crazy? One of the first reviews I saw about this game is that, someone hasn't solved all the puzzles yet. Which I can understand, there's so many. I wonder if this does anything. Can we just spin it? Whee! Can we turn off that candle again? Oh yeah, I have a fun shower thought last night. What the hell? What was your fun shower thought? What were you showering thinking about? Were you having a good time? Well, that's my piece. Okay. I know I didn't figure this one out because I was impatient. This is gonna take a bit. Alright, here we go. It's a game idea? Oh, that's huge. Fairly simple piece. But need to work on some stuff more? Oh, that's amazing. I love that. Yeah, I think that would be amazing. Yeah, man. Be creative. Find your outlet. There's a lot of small indie games that make so much money and you don't even know. But they take some work, you know? It just takes some work to get them off the ground. A little bit of consistency. Some good patches. Okay, perfect. And now we click you. Yeah, now I got my system down. Before I was getting confused. I didn't have the system. Now we got a system here. I fucked up my system. But yeah, that sounds freaking awesome. And this reminds me of doing the clock puzzle in Resident Evil. Speaking about that. Oh, Resident Evil Village. Or even Resident Evil 1. You still have to do the clock puzzle to get the badge. What time does all the clocks around the mansion say? I think it was like still like 7:10 p.m. or something like that. I forget. For Resident Evil 1. But I do think that was definitely one of the better games out there. Way back in the day. Now, Resident Evil 2 and 3 definitely killed it. They took RE1 and laid it to rest. With the good quality here. Is there anything else to click on right here? Ooh. No, that's just it. Okay, this might be a little harder to keep track of than I thought. Holy hell. Yeah, because I get confused as to which hand is which hand. There's 3 freaking hands. The second hand, the minute hand, and the fucking hour hand. But they're not like all different. The hour and the minute one look kind of the same. Like it's so confuzzled. Like that. We turn this one and then slowly turn this one. Oh my god. Dude, you know what's gonna be funny is when this bottom thing does not open. And there's nothing there. Well, at least we got a ring. I have no idea what the fuck this ring was for. We got a ring. That's the craziest thing. Alright, we're about to round up to 11. I think we'll just do that. Half the clock, and then next time I'll go half the other clock. Because that was from 6 to 12. So we can do 1 to 6 next time. It's just kind of a pain in the ass keeping track of this. Man, I really hope this opens. But I really doubt it's gonna open at 12 o'clock something, right? That would be too cliche. Be way too cliche. Yeah, I'm betting I'll probably have to round the clock again. Something like that. Ah, I fucked up. Well, that was the first of those hours. Alright. Now let's get back to dueling. I can't break this hammer loose, but okay.
Let us continue.
I guess. What do we got?
Peyote.
Oh, 4 bones.
A rattler. A cockroach.
It returns to your hand after dying. 6 bones for a rattler. Probably a rattler does a shitload of damage. You know you're free to get up again. To keep your blood flowing. Oh, really? I'm no tyrant. You may stand whenever the map is unrolled. It allows me to plan your next encounter, but do keep your hands off my possessions. Oh. Wow. That's so nice of you, Mr. Not a Tyrant. You still won't let me out, though. There's the stupid squirrel puzzle. We already figured out this entire thing over here. We need to figure this bad boy out. And there's something to do with this globe. Or this lamp does something weird. Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's hit it. A boulder? Or a squirrel? I will use a boulder. Nice. The boulder has no questions here. You again? Indeed! Our friend freed me! Well, I basically told them how to do it. You got a plan? We have another friend here. You've got to be. I wouldn't call him a friend. But I suppose we are in deep this time. Dude, I think I'm definitely skipping a lot of the story. I find that hilarious. Did we draw? Yeah? What is this? You do... what is it? What the hell? Will be equal to the number of ants. Oh, so you attack with 1 HP. This is a spider? Stink bug, eh? Well, you sure? I guess, brother. I mean, fuck. What do you want? Good job. Oof. Okay, here we go. Boom. And now we summon our worker ant. And, I don't know if I want to summon the stink bug. I mean, that gives him more real estate, to be honest. Back in the game. Okay. Got a squirrel. What do we got? A caged wolf? Oh? What is this? What does the caged wolf do? What the fuck? It requires 2 sacrifices. I don't know. The Rattler. See the way this is going, I concede. You may accept my surrender, or you may finish this match the slow way. What is that? Oh, that is him giving up? What the fuck? Gaignuns, that's me! Watchful bullfrog leaps in the way of attacking flyers. Oh. What? A card bearing will block an opposing creature bearing the sigil. I want my card. I'm the best card. Oh, wait, what is this? The choice is yours. The bullfrog? I'll go, marvelous. No, I'll go. Oh, damn, I didn't mean to go. I didn't understand how that works. Now I do. Shit. So strange. Why can't I remember his name? I believe I lost some of my memory. In the plasm.
There's a way out for both of us. It's somewhere in this foul cabin. Be silent or I will tear you to shreds.
Oh no, he's gonna tear me to shreds. He's gonna shredify me. What is the opossum? Opossum is bones. Okay. Nice. A porcupino. Who's got less hearts? You have less hearts. Oh wait, you take bones? Oh no, bones! You take bones? Oh no! What is happening in this? You know, I don't think I know most of the time, but we're trying our best. Here we go. Stink bug. Try your best. Exactly. How many bones do we have? We're out of bones. So basically, from what I understand, is I got kidnapped by this crazy madman, and he's threatening to murder me unless I play his half-assed homemade Dungeons and Dragons Yu-Gi-Oh game here. So I'm allowed to explore the cabin that I'm being held captive in while I play not Yu-Gi-Oh. You have me here, I surrender. Fine. You were stopped along the way by a trapper looking to liquidate his pelts. There was something uncanny about his appearance, but you were quickly distracted by his wares. He was like, "What are you buying?" What the fuck? Come to look at me pelts? The trapper dealt in teeth, the type to be collected from battle. They are gained by dealing damage greater than what is needed to win the match. Take a pelt free of charge. See the quality? Oh, wait, so that means I don't have to take... Oh, I don't have to take his giving up. You're leaving already? Please consider me pelts. I can't. I don't have any teeth, bro. The man assured you the value of the pelts. See, he's a crazy-ass dude. They appear to be useless in a fight. But he mentioned that the trader further down would reward you for them. Okay, bro. Sounds good, G. The amount of items you can carry, and you have 3. Instead, perhaps you'll accept this gift reward from my friend, a rat. A pack rat. The prudent pack rat. Never doubt the utility of a well-stocked pack. What the hell is this? Oh, okay. Rat! Rat! What the hell is this? Look, there's a third talking card somewhere around here. Personally, I hate the guy. Biggest killjoy ever. But he's the only one of us with a plan to get the things back to normal. Kill it before it causes another 3-star restaurant. Wait, what do you mean causes another 3-star restaurant? What happened to my cat? Oh no, did we lose the cat forever? I love that fucking cat. That was like the best card ever. I legitimately love that fucking cat. That shit was actually really pog. I'm actually kind of sad. Man, is this guy's talking shit again? Oh, brother. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Then we attack. Boom. What? It's hard to call it cowardly? Wait, the lizard cut its tail? You gonna fuck up again? No, we're not. We're gonna win. We're gonna win this time, 100%. Totally. We can sacrifice the tail? That's actually pretty huge. Oh, I love that. And I guess we'll break one of our teeth, maybe? I don't know. Or we'll just hit him with everything we got. Oh no. Shit. Things are gonna get spicy. Here we go. Why is he doing more damage to me? Oh, why did I do that? Uh-oh. I may or may have not fucked up again. I concede. Nah, brother man, you don't concede. We're about to throw down. Nah. You're not doing that shit again. There's no conceding here, champ. I don't know what a caged wolf does. You fucked up? I did. What does a caged wolf do? Did I fuck up again? I think I fucked up. What does this do? Is this just defense? A caged wolf is just defense? Oh my god. That's actually kind of bad. That was really dumb of me. Yeah, caged wolf is just defense. Fuck me. Alright, here we go. That caged wolf! He hid that for a reason. That card seems useless, but I think there's more to it. Okay. Good. Tell me, little stink bug. Shall we? Yes, tell me. Tell me what is the secret? Tell me its secrets. Wait, but there's a caged wolf right here. Wait a second. You might need to get the cage by getting attacked? Yes, that's genius! We found teeth. No, that's genius! Why wouldn't that work? That's where the caged wolf? This is that stupid squirrel. Huh. Maybe there's something here eventually. Not yet. Okay, we solved that. We haven't figured this bitch out. And then there's that. Okay. Yeah. You're a genius. The involatile beehive. The wolf cub. The regal moo. Holy shit, this thing is strong. 3 sacrifices though? Moose? Fuck. That's a lot of sacrifices, but okay. The moosin? Your back was full, but a small critter approached. Oh, it's a rat man! A pack rat is always useful. In Moose we trust. Big Moose gonna tank everything. It's Big Moose. Why'd he take one of my candles? My boss battles are high stakes test of your aptitude. With one flame you will either overcome them or die. Fear not, I will let you keep the smoke. Incessant clanking reverberated between your ears. The path was already blocked by a grotesque figure. It's the prospector again! Not again! Yeehaw! What does the smoke do? What the fuck is this? When a card of this bearing sigil dies, 4 bones are awarded instead of... Oh! That's like a get me out of jail card. That's like a... Not a jail card, but that's like a... If I'm getting my ass kicked... Oh, look! Look, it's me! Okay, okay. What do we got here? We got a coyote. And we got a pack mule. Oh, we gotta kill this mule, bro. We gotta murder this mule. Okay. And then it's gonna move 1 to the right. We're gonna summon Gaignuns in attack mode. And then we're gonna summon the smoke. Because nobody wants the smoke. I attack. Oh no! So many bones. Shit. Okay, we get the skink here. Alright. Now we just attack. Boom. That's okay. And now we need something that... Oh! The cage wolf! Oh, fuck! Ah, shit. Can you get rid of the boulder, please? The fuck, man? Nice. Damn it. Oh, did we win the first round? Oh, no, no, no. I remember this. I fucked up. Gold! I've struck gold! Oh. This is perfect. Wait a second. It's not perfect. What is this? This card counts as 3? Moose! Is the moose really gonna come in clutch right now? No way. No way is the moose gonna come in clutch. First round moose? First round moose! Oh, let's fucking go. Get him! Alright, we got a rattler here. We got a beaver. I want to put this wolf down. I need him to put another card down, though. Because the wolf is 2 summons. I'm not going to sacrifice the moose for this. I'll sacrifice the possum. The beaver? What is the beaver? When a card bearing a dam is created? What the fuck? A dam? Just attack. He's gonna lose. If he doesn't do anything to stop my moose, it's over. Dude, this moose just fucking steamrolled the prospect.
Allow me to light your candle once more. I won't be killing you quite yet.
Defeat the prospector.
You're the first in a while to overcome a boss. As a reward,
in Moose we trust.
Yeah, Moose power, Moosin.
Let's select a rare card. Oh my god, okay, which one do we pick? A large... a strange larva? Largely unimpressive? In one turn, it grows into a powerful form. What is this? The poor abandoned child. It does not die when sacrificed, but do you have the heart to try? Yes, actually, I love this card. These are actually my favorite cards in the game. The cat was amazing. Because it has infinite... It's like a... I don't know if you played Yu-Gi-Oh! Soul Exchange. Infinite Soul Exchange. But Strange Larva seems kind of strong. In one turn, it becomes a regular larva.
I have no words for this freak of nature.
What the fuck is this? When a card bearing this sigil damages another creature, that creature perishes.
Oh, a man-eater bug?
Holy shit. These are both so good. These are both so good. A man-eater bug. So it's basically, so it costs 4, okay, we already picked it. So it costs 4 bones. So you get a bone every time one of your cards dies. So if we're getting our ass kicked, we can pull out the man-eater bug.
With the sound of the prospector's pickaxe ringing in your ears, you carried onwards. The smell of rot and mold permeated the humid air. Every step forward was answered by some nearby slip or slither.
They really need to work around confirm button. Yeah, but it's okay.
You tread cautiously into the wetlands.
So from here we can just stand up and still explore, right? So we can't wiggle this out yet? Now. Is there anything to do here? Nothing, I believe. We already picked up all the goop from there. Maybe fuck with the clock a bit more. We picked up all the cards from there. Ah, we need to free this stupid wolf. Do the clock 1 to 6 p.m. Okay. We'll do the clock. Alright. Here we go. Let's go. There's a bottom gate. I don't know why I did 12 p.m. because that's how I did it in the beginning, but okay. Just double check. Let's just double check. I'm already messing up. You already fucked up. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're fine. Everything is fine. I'm sure this is gonna work out. Just you wait. It's gonna work out just fine. It's just a 3-button sequence. It's not that hard. You'd think so. You would think so, but you know, life is very hard just in general for me. Do we need a Simon Says mod? Or like a dancer class prompt? Both of those would help. A Simon Says mod would be so good. I would do that. Simon Says, click this other button. Ooh. Good job, Simon. Keep saying the stuff. Man, everyone's gonna be so disappointed when this bottom one opens. I'm gonna be laughing so hard. Just you wait. Oh yeah, once this thing opens. Yeah, we're gonna be laughing so. Oh, it's gonna be like the best thing in there. Yep, it's gonna be something crazy. It's gonna be wild. I hope. Yeah, because I don't know. It's kind of Simon Says go kill Epstein quietly so he makes it look like he killed himself. Why would you have to do that? Are you telling me there's rich elite people trying to keep secrets? What? No. Trust your government, guys. Epstein Island isn't a real thing. No. Elon Musk wasn't there. No. Elon Musk's Twitter is not censoring every image that he has with Jelsine. What's her name? Jaylene or Jelsine Rio or something? Yeah. It's not automatically censoring every image and blurring it out. Oh. That's a conspiracy theory. That's not real. No. You know, I really hope whatever is in this little hole is worth it. And you know what's really upsetting? I don't think there's going to be anything in here. But I think there should be. Bro, if it's 5 o'clock, if it's literally the last... That's actually going to be upsetting. Oh, brother, here we go. Hey, brother. Bro, this thing better open up right now. Ain't no way. Oh my god, please. Don't tell me I messed up and missed it somewhere. I don't want to have to do this like again. No. It's gonna open right now, I'm sure of it. I'm sure. You already messed up, what do you mean? No, no, no. No, we're good. We're good. Alright, well. Shit. Damn it. Here we go.
You've encountered a small outpost tended by a mysterious woman. It was the traitor that the old trapper had mentioned. Her appearance was unsettling, but you were mollified by her offerings. Do you mind if I examine those pelts of yours? Let's start with your hair pelt. Here's what I can offer. I can trade you one of these. Take your time. What? An elk? A beehive? An alpha? What is an alpha? Creatures adjacent to this heart bearing this sigil gain 1 power. Ooh, I'll take this. Oh. I don't know what this is. Okay. Oh, are we gonna get another pack rat? Oh shit. I think we have too many cards, guys. Unironically, I legitimately think we have too many cards. Unironically. Okay, I just looked up a guide. Oh my god. No way. But I want to... What the fuck, bro? I looked up a guide, but you can go fuck yourself, that's what. Okay. And wait for the stupid sure. Thanks. Thanks. We probably deserve it for some reason, I'm sure. These are snakes. Ooh, snakes. Why can't you think of something this simple? Oh no, is it that simple, guys? Is it that bad? Are we being idiots? Are we being dum-dums here? Oh, painage. An ant queen? Oh, wow. Wow, this rattler's gonna murder me after this, though. What I can do is murder you, put you here, and attack. Oh, we're gonna lose pretty soon. Okay. Now we're gonna, what is this, another rattler? Oh my god. Put this here. We're gonna put the queen here, baby. Power in numbers, the ant's creed. Yep, that's right. Better be scared, champ. And I'm gonna pull one of my teeth out. Or fucking put a boulder. Why do I want to put a boulder in my own thing, huh? Oh, because it blocks one of his cards. Ah, I see what a boulder's good for now. Unsacrificeable, but a boulder. Oh no! Oh no, I'm dead. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh no. Oh, I mean, I could just put a boulder here. Just say fuck it. Let him attack the boulder, right? That's right. That's right. There we go. Boom, baby.
Are we done? Are we winning? Look at all those teeth. Bam, baby. That's huge. The elusive otter, it submerges itself? Wait. So it can attack? Oh, it doesn't get hurt. That's pretty cool. What is this? Sharp quills? Guardian? Oh, what the hell? A fevered mantis. It attacks 2 attacks? Oh, so this doesn't attack straight, it attacks 2 to the right and 2 to the left? Okay. This is so weird. Ah! They want me to increase my attack? Stop this! Oh! I shall increase my own attack. That's right. Increase the moose? No. No, we're gonna make Gaignuns the best card in the game. You know, cause we're that good. We're the best character here. What the hell is this thing? The fuck? The creature opposing a card loses 1 power? What the fuck? What the fuck? Gaignuns the worst card in the game? What? No, Gaignuns the best card in the game, bro. What do you mean? That's like the card everybody wants. That's like the blue eyes white dragon of the game. Yeah, everybody wants a Gaignuns, bro. You're just jealous because you can't get one. They're hard to drop, you know. Holy shit, I think I'm gonna die, guys. Alright, I need to kill anything with this. Okay, just put the rat here. Attack. Oh, painage. We got a possum. We got an opossum. What the fuck? It's gonna go to 0 attack though. Ain't no way. Fuck me. The hell is this? Your creatures will attack as though they have airborne sigils this turn. Huge. Yup, just let everybody hit straight damage. Oh, that was a terrible idea. That was an awful idea. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Oh shit. Oh, well, fuck me then, huh? Oh, brother. What the fuck? Pulling some of my teeth out to try to even the game here. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Dude, that is the worst. What the fuck? That was awful. Who are you? Oh, it's the trapper guy. First time it's free. Wait, what about the rest of them? Cut up one of my cards? Some bone tokens? I'll skip my next turn? Nah, we're cutting up one of the cards, bro. It's bleeding? This is amazing. Wait. The goat, bro. This goat is actually kind of goat. I need to get rid of some cards. I have too many cards. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Come on, bro. At the end of the owner's turn, we'll move to the direction. So all the cards move to the right. Wonderful. That's just what I wanted. That's exactly what I dreamed of. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna get bombarded. Holy shit. That attacks directly. Here we go. Oh, we're in danger. Okay. Stink bug 1. Here we go. Hopefully this works how I think it will. Oh, painage. Did we lose?
Alas, it's time for you to perish.
I think we're dead, guys. Harder, daddy. Ooh, woo.
Stay there. No need to move. I'm afraid you're not dead yet. Hold still. Where did I put that camera of mine?
I don't know, bro. Where's that camera? I sure as hell don't know. Oh boy. I mean, I guess we're like...
Did you really think I would leave film in there? Do you have any idea what that camera's capable of? Give me that.
But my camera...
Behold your death card.
No, but I liked my last death card. My last death card was OP. No. Two bones from the possum. My power level and attack. No! Oh, I get nothing. No! This is the power level I wanted. No! No! Damn it.
I never did ask your name.
Gaignuns. Because we gag on none of them, baby. Now my image. Say cheese. Cheeseums. There we go. Alright. Damn. Gagnum, the worst card possible, confirmed? No. Fresh blood. Perhaps you will make it farther than the foot of a totem. Knock on wood. It seems the lowly stink bug has made its way in. But it is dealt, so it stands. What? Oh, these are my homies? Oh, those are my cards? Damn, bro. Doing me dirty and shit. So these are all my cards. We know what we gotta do with this one. We know what we gotta do with the wolf. Alright, I think we're gonna call it here. This was kind of interesting. I think we'll play it tomorrow a little bit. Maybe a little POE and then see where we go, but... I swear, we're not gonna look up any guides. You know, I don't look up any guides to any of the shit I do. That's why I get lost for like 3 hours. Maybe I should look up guides sometimes. Alright, this candle is on. I can turn it off, but I'm not gonna turn it off. We're gonna take this thing's tooth here. You want me to tell you? Nah, we'll figure it out tomorrow. This game doesn't seem that bad. This game looks like it's maybe like a couple of hours long. It can't be very long, right? We already figured all of this out, you know? See? Figured all of these bad boys out. Look at that. So we figured that out. We figured the safe out. We got whatever the safe. And then so we just gotta figure whatever goes here. I'm thinking we have to do this. I have to summon a coyote and a squirrel. And if I do this, maybe this opens or something. The fuck you looking at, bro? And then I don't have no fucking clue what to do with this anymore. No idea. How do I look at my inventory? Didn't we get a ring? We got some sort of fucking ring. From the stupid thing, right? Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, we got some dumb ring from the thing. Maybe we can put the dumb ring somewhere. I mean, you fuck up the clock multiple times. I mean, well, I mean, that is multiple times. Yeah, I mean, twice is multiple. So. What are we gonna do? All right. I mean, this was quite a confusing game, but I think it was fun for now. We got murdered, but I'm sure Gagnun won't let us down. Gagnun chokes on none of them. Gagnun's the best. Last saved 9 seconds ago. Perfect. That is such a crazy menu. Gagnun sucks as I knew it. No! Gagnun is the best. He gags on nothing. Gagnun, best Gagnun of the world. Yep. That's what it be. Okay. Well, shit. Today was crazy. I'm sorry I started late. Fucking life was busy. I have to make some thumbnails. We're putting up at least a couple of YouTube videos on our main. Hopefully we don't get any more copyright strikes. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see who strikes us tomorrow. I'm thinking we get 1 strike. But I'm gonna put on my little thing that if you want me to pull this video down, just contact me. Let's see what happens. So let's see what happens. We already got 1 strike. So I mean, you know. I mean, yeah. I'm sure they're gonna be reasonable. I'm sure they're gonna be reasonable and just message me, right? For sure. For sure. I will strike you to dox you. Jeez Louise. I'm not even famous. I don't even have anything. What are you I live in the hood. The fucked up part is I think what I was talking to this girl like, oh man, like 4 months ago. 4 months ago. And she was like, oh yeah, where do you stay? I was like, oh, I stay on the east side. I got a spot over here. She was like, oh. Yeah, that's a little. But to be fair, she lived up in Green Valley. That's like the fancy parts of town, you know. She lived with her parents, so it was a whole different thing, you know. In the hood. You were at the bad side of town? Yeah. I am as what is considered, I would guess, the barrio. This is where a lot of Latinos are typically at in this side of town. This is East Vegas. Then West Vegas is a more mix of Latinos and African Americans with a dash of whites. There's whites here, of course, and African Americans everywhere here. But yeah, so East Side is mainly Latino though. A lot of Hispanic restaurant. Not a lot of good food diversity if you're looking for somewhere to eat, bro. It's not much here. It's not much here. Woo! I gotta drive like 40 minutes to get dim sum or sushi or anything. So, but what it is. You know. Where do the Asians group up? In Chinatown, baby. Spring Mountain, let's go. And also Green Valley. A lot of them are actually good. They're big money. So they hang out in Green Valley or in Henderson, which is like the same thing. But Chinatown, big. We got an actual Chinatown. Do you remember Fast and the Furious? Like the first, well, you probably don't because you're not as boomer as me. But if you're like racing in cars, then the first Fast and the Furious, they go to Chinatown under this big, I forget what they call it. And then I think it's like I forget what kind of archway it is. I want to say it, but I'm gonna say it all wrong. I'm gonna butcher it. But it's like under the big archway entrance, and there's a parking lot with the big Chinatown shops. Very similar like that. That's the main area where the market's at. And then I mean, you have from everywhere. Boy, family is important to me, so I watch every Fast and the Furious and hate everything about it. Family, bro. But yeah. So that's basically where a lot of the Asians hang out with. To be honest, that's where I need to go hang out because I'm looking for an Asian girlfriend. So I need to go find me one of those beautiful, beautiful women, you know. So yeah, that's where I need to go kick it at, you know. But I need to fix my car first. There's a whole bunch of things. We gotta fix my car first. Fix my car. My car's been broken since like I blew my turbo up. Probably like around February, maybe March. You caught yellow fever. You can't catch something that you've always had. Now I wonder what would clue you. Oh, what would clue you in to? Oh man, no, but I love all women. I love all women. You know, they're all delicious in their own way. But no. I do love Asian girls, white girls, black girls, Latino girls. I mean, shit, I'm not picky. I love them all. But, you know, we're hopefully looking to settle down in the future. I'd like to maybe, you know, have something steady instead of, you know, these random, people I talk to, you know. Something at home, you know. But, hey, I'm in no rush. I got a lot of work to do. From streaming to personal projects to my car to so many things in my head. We'll make some time. But thank you so much for your time. I think we've had a blast today. It's been great. I was an hour late. That's my B. I was busy, literally on the phone working. But hey, we'll be back tomorrow. I think we'll be back with a little Inscryption. There's no way this game is that long. I should be able to wrap this up 1 or 2 streams. Hit POE, get started on the new season, and maybe tackle Endwalker by January, bro. By FanFest, we'll start tackling that. It's gonna be delicious. Abattoir of Zir. Game of the Year Awards December 4th. Abattoir of Zir for Diablo December 6th. Lots of things going on. But alright, gang. Alright. January live. Deceive. Do I not have a chat box here? Oh, my chat box. Oh, there we go. Don't trust words of the devil. Oh my god. No, we do gotta finish it. The new expansion comes out in summer. We only have 4 months to do Endwalker. You think I'm gonna... That's not even that long for me. That's not even that long. That's gonna take me forever. We can't keep getting away with this. We can't keep letting him get away with this. Alright, guys. Eka, I hope you have an amazing day. Please take care of yourselves. Everybody else. And everybody who's watching this, of course, after the stream, you have an amazing day. Please take care of yourselves. We'll be back tomorrow, and if you can't make it, please make sure just to watch me after. And if not, we've got VODs and things going up on the YouTubes all constantly soon. I'm working like a busy squirrel, hopefully getting things done. Okay? Goodbye, guys. Have an amazing night. And as usual, this is Gaignuns logging out, and I'll see you laters. So this guy, goodbye. Take care. Farewell. Goodbye.